A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. New worlds of understanding are opening for Molly each day of her life in Glastonbury. And the source of all these changes is the quiet, casual young doctor, Christopher Cater. Dr. Cater is treating Sylvia Allison and Sammy Goldberg for the very special illness they have in common, the one that binds them together spiritually and emotionally in their own destruction. For Sammy, whose life was nearly destroyed by Sylvia, feels he has to marry her out of an obligation he cannot express or defend. And young Dr. Cater, who is a psychiatrist, is trying to help them. But Molly is afraid that the help is at Sylvia's expense. So today, Molly has come to Dr. Cater's office. Listen. Sit down, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you, Dr. Cater. You have another appointment, Doctor.
Oh, yes, I know.
Doctor, I know that Sylvia, that Miss Allison is coming here soon, and that's why I came sooner.
You seem upset about something.
Yes, Doctor, indeed I am. I don't know if I can make you understand exactly what's on my mind, Doctor, but...
Yes?
Dr. Cater, would you mind, please, tell me again, the way you told me before, what you're trying to do for Sammy?
You have a reason for asking me?
Yes, Doctor.
Very well. Your son, Mrs. Goldberg, has thought and felt himself into a critical situation.
Critical?
Mrs. Goldberg, falling in love with her a long time ago was the smallest bond he created between himself and this girl.
Yes.
That was happy in a sense. It was a delight, an adventure.
Mm-hmm.
But happiness never joins people the way suffering does. I found in my experience, Mrs. Goldberg, that the strongest tie between human beings is unhappiness. Now, unhappiness comes to human beings in two ways. There's the unhappiness that people share, the way they share happiness. And then there's the worst, the most malignant, and the most fruitful kind of unhappiness. The pain that people cause each other.
Yes, I know that, Doctor. And I know that in the end, that was all Sylvia and Sammy did. They hurt each other.
Yes. And there they stand today, united in their anguish, confusion, unable to separate because so much has happened. I'm going to separate Sammy from Sylvia so that he can see her at a distance, see her for what she can be in the future.
I know, Doctor, that you're trying to do all you can for Sammy. I know that, and I know you're trying to make Sammy understand that in no way is he, how shall I say it, is he obliged to Sylvia. And I know that that's what your treatment is, Doctor. I understand that, but I mean, can't it be done without making Miss Allison pay for Sammy's cure? You see what I mean, Doctor? You see, she was very sick when she came back from your office after she saw you, Doctor. If you can help Sammy without hurting her, Doctor, see, I can't say that to Mr. Goldberg, and he's right. You see, she made us suffer very greatly. But, I mean, no matter what, Doctor, after all, she's a person, and I wouldn't want Sammy made healthy, and Sylvia made sick. I wouldn't. And if that's the way you have to cure Sammy, I mean, Doctor...
I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Mrs. Goldberg. But I understand you. Let me assure you, I think as much of Sylvia as I do of Sammy. There are going to be no sacrifices, Mrs. Goldberg.
Thank you. And one more question, Dr. Deere.
Yes?
You will. Do you think that everything will come out all right? Miss Allison is here, Doctor.
Oh, tell us to come in.
Doctor, I think it's better if I'm not here. I don't want her to know that.
Why not? We're not plotting against her. Besides, I'd like to see what she'll say to you.
But, Doctor...
Please, Come in, Sylvia. Sit down. I was just talking to Mrs. Goldberg.
I'll leave Lexington when Dr. Cater tells me to.
We weren't talking about that.
It's true anyway. I know you're afraid, Mrs. Goldberg. You're afraid I'll marry Sam. It's all you think of. I don't blame you. But when I promised you, I meant every word I said. From that time on, I promised myself to mean every word I said. I do.
I believe you. There's nothing more I have to say, Doctor, so I'll go now. You want me to wait for you, Sylvia?
Do you want Mrs. Goldberg to wait for you?
No, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor.
That's quite all right. This way. Goodbye.
What did she want?
Oh, very little. She wanted to be sure that if I cured Sammy, I wouldn't hurt you. She said that if the only way I could cure Sammy was by hurting you, I shouldn't cure him. Mrs. Goldberg is the kind of simple woman that makes a person happy to be a human being.
I don't do it.
What makes you think that?
I think it.
As a matter of fact, Sylvia, I'm not sure what you'll make me feel. You see, I don't know who you are yet.
Then how do you know what she is?
She's simpler than you are. You're a mystery. And now, Miss Mystery, let's proceed according to the book. Lie down on top, relax, and talk.
Seems silly.
That's the silliest thing in the world. That's why some animals sleep standing up. But human beings are natural fools, and so it has to be a silly thing. Okay.
What should I say?
Well, to begin with, tell me what you drank last night.
How do you know I didn't anything at all?
Oh, people always do, only they deliberately forget. What was it?
I dreamed I married Sam.
Where was it?
In the business. I knew Sam and I were married. We were walking along a white road that went through the desert. And far off, very far away, I saw great mountains standing up in the clear air, in the blue sky. I was hungry and thirsty, and I knew that when I came to the mountain, that was the end.
Yes.
Everything was pain, peace. And he stumbled along.
Yes.
That's all.
Was the dream finished?
What do you... It came. Maybe it was another dream. But I was in an oasis. There were palm trees and fruit and flowers. I was bathing in the sea. I was very happy. And I was glad. Then I ran back to a house where I knew my husband was. I found him there.
Yes.
That's all I remember.
You found your husband there?
Yes.
You were married to Samuel and you were very happy. That's right, isn't it?
No,
Yes, that you...
my husband wasn't Sam.
Oh? Who was it? Tell me a dream, Sylvia. Who was it?
You. It was you.
Dr. Cater doesn't change expression as Sylvia makes this announcement, but the girl feels her heart beat faster. Why the dream should mean so much, he doesn't know. Why the face should be the face of Christopher, stranger's face, whimsical, humorous, and somewhat sad, he doesn't know. And be sure to listen tomorrow to the Goldbergs. This is Bill Rogers saying goodbye for the makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
think will go to the Rose Bowl this year?
Well, I don't know, Ethelbert.
Do you think the weather will turn any colder, Tony?
Well, I can't say, Casey.
Tony, you like skirts the way they are this year? Or do you think they should be shorter?
Can't answer that one, Ann.
Tony, haven't you anything to say this evening?
Oh, definitely, Casey. Anchor Hawking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Camera Bug. Mid-afternoon, the photographic department of the Morning Express. Casey sits sprawled at his battered desk, wearing the scowl of a man who began his day with a dull razor and cold coffee. The door opens and a young man enters.
Excuse me, Mr. Casey in?
Yeah, that's me.
My name's Forster, Mr. Casey. Alan Forster. I've heard a lot about you.
Yeah, I know. I'm on all the sucker lists. What are you selling?
Oh, nothing. Oh, that is... Well, you see, I'm a photographer.
Huh? Who isn't? Sometimes I think every guy in the world is a camera bug. What's on your mind? Looking for a job?
Yeah.
See the city editor. His name's Burke. Fourth floor above here.
Well, I've already seen Mr. Burke, and he says there aren't any vacancies here.
Oh.
I've been to all the other papers, too. I thought you might advise me how to get a start.
How old are you?
21.
You got a job now?
I work in a camera supply store. I know a lot about taking pictures, honest I do. And... well, my wife and I decided that it's time for me to break into the line I've always wanted. And
you got a wife? You got a job with regular hours, and you want to break into my kind of racket?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. My advice is forget it. This is the lousiest game there is. You're out at all hours. People shove you around. You can risk your hide to get a good shot, and the city desk may stick it on page 10, if it's used at all. This is a dog's life, kid. Keep out of it.
Yeah, but you get around and you see things.
Oh, you see things. I guess you believe all you hear on the radio. Huh? Well, okay, camera bug. Here's the only way I know how to break in. You put in about 12 hours a day on the streets with your eyes open and your camera ready. Occasionally, you'll get a news picture you can sell. If you're lucky, you may get a real hot shot that you can trade to the city editor for a steady job. But you've got to be lucky. Huh? That's all I can tell you.
Well, thanks a million, Mr. Casey. I'll do exactly as you say.
If you do, you're letting yourself in for a lot of grief. Excuse me, man. Hello.
This is Ann, Casey. You busy?
Not very.
Oh, I got an awful cold. How about going over to the Blue Note?
I'll meet you there in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Gee, you got to rush somewhere in 5 minutes. That means an important assignment, huh?
Yeah, very important.
Well, I won't keep you, but thanks again a lot.
Good luck to you, kid. What's your name again?
Forster. Alan Forster.
Well, so long, Alan. Drop in again sometime, and remember, I've warned you. Guys in this racket lead a dog's life. Another small beer, Ethelbert. How about you, Annie? Something's good for your cold, huh?
No. I feel fine now, Casey. We've been here half an hour. We better go back to the office.
Annie sounds like a frog. Well, don't worry, Froggy. City desk knows where we are. Burke will phone if anybody calls or anything comes up.
Pretty soft for you two, I'd say. Wished I was in a business where I could take time off in the middle of an afternoon.
Hey, listen to this guy, Annie, will you?
You should have the kind of job we have, Ethelbert.
That's right.
Sure. I hear you crabbing about it all the time. But you should endure what us bartenders goes through. How'd you like to wash and wipe 1 million glasses every day? And flush out the beer pipes? And answer the... Yeah. Oh, excuse me, the telephone.
Yeah.
Blue Note Cafe, Engelberg speaking. Hey, they're here, Mr. Burke. Just a minute.
Uh-oh.
Your city desk, Casey.
All right, give me. Casey speaking. Now, Bert, we're not always here. It just seems like always. Okay. Yeah, I got it. 12th Street, just south of Locust. Homicide Bureau's already on the job, huh? Well, you know, when you get a delayed report like this, we can't bring you anything that everybody else hasn't already gotten ahead of us. Okay, we're on our way. Goodbye.
What is it, Casey?
Come on, Annie. We got to see what some shooting's about.
Shooting?
Yep, slight case of murder, Ethelbert. Goodbye, pal.
So long.
Say, Casey, you didn't pay. Oh, well, bartending's a dog's life.
Hey, they've got the street roped off.
Yeah, we'll leave the car here, Annie. Come on.
They're lifting a stretcher into the morgue there.
I gotta get a shot of that.
Okay. Well, that means the medical examiner's finished his job.
Now, let's get inside those lines. Will you let us through, please?
Oh, there's Sergeant Flanagan.
Hey, Flanagan. Oh, hey, Casey.
Hi.
Hello, Miss Williams.
Hi.
You two are getting here kind of late, aren't you?
Now, don't rub it in.
Hey, who did they just haul away in that meat wagon?
The not too much lamented murder victim was a gent unfavorably known as Max Blake.
Max Blake?
The lawyer?
Oh, don't let decent lawyers hear you call him that, Miss Williams. Max Blake was a shyster.
That rat wasn't even straight with his own clients. Well, the cops know who killed him?
We not only know who killed him, but we've already got the mugs who did it. This case is all sewed up.
Yes, Sergeant. Let's have the details so I can get them to my paper.
Okay. According to eyewitnesses, the late Max Blake, who just stepped out of the barber shop behind us here, suddenly flopped in the middle of the sidewalk about where you're standing now. At the same time, a gunshot was heard, and a second later, a green sedan which had been standing across the street started away in such a big hurry that it crashed into the back of a truck, only a few feet away from the traffic cop on the corner. Who do you think they were?
Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, huh?
They were Butch Silver and Tony Russo.
Boy, they're a nice pair of hot shots.
Two of the sweetest gorillas in town.
And you've got them dead to rights, Sergeant?
I've told you and Casey all I'm allowed to say now to the newspapers. You'll have to get anything else from Captain Logan.
Yeah, where is Logan, by the way?
In the back room of the barber shop there, questioning witnesses.
All right, come on, Andy, let's go in.
Wait a minute, Casey. Nobody goes in there.
Now, Flanagan.
I got my orders, Casey.
Look, you and I are pals.
Sure, but you keep out of that barber shop, pal.
Is that nice?
It's what goes. Now, if you'll be a nice guy, Casey, and won't try any tricks to get where you're not wanted, as you've done too many times before, I'd give Miss Williams a tip.
A tip?
Oh, it's not anything I'm not allowed to tell you, understand? It's just something I forgot to mention to the other newspaper boys and girls.
All right, it's a deal, Flanagan. No tricks.
What's the tip?
One of the witnesses to the shooting is quite an important guy.
Who?
Richard M. Craigler.
What, the contractor?
Biggest in town.
Yeah, I interviewed Clago when he got the city paving contract last year. His offices are somewhere around here.
Right across the street.
Yeah, of course. I recognize the funny old-fashioned building now. The only elevator it's got is hidden in back of the stairs. Of course, I couldn't find it. I had to walk up to Clago's office on the third floor.
Say, Flanagan, did Clago see those gorillas in the car shoot Blake?
Well, he says that... Oh, here he comes out of the barber shop. You can ask him yourself.
Oh, Mr. Clago. I'm Ann Williams of the Morning Express. We met last year.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Miss Williams?
Now, hold it, will you?
Huh?
Thanks. I hope you don't mind my snapping a picture of you, Mr. Clago.
Well, no, not at all.
Mr. Clago, will you give us an eyewitness account of what happened?
Well, as I just told Captain Logan in there, I happened to be at the window of my private office just across the street when the shot was fired.
Oh, your private office is on the third floor, as I remember, right?
That's right. I saw this man Blake fall. Then I saw a green sedan start up and crash into a truck. I hurried out to the elevator. The operator brought me downstairs. I saw the man in the sedan arrested, and, well, that's all.
Well, did you see the shot fired from the sedan?
No, I can't say that, Miss Williams. But the sedan is obviously where the bullet came from. The medical examiner says it must have been fired from about 5 feet above the street level, which means the killer sat in an automobile or stood on the sidewalk or street.
Yeah, only one shot was fired, huh?
That's all. Mr.
Casey's the name.
Both gorillas in that sedan are dead shots, Casey.
Sergeant Flanagan, come in here.
Oh, yes, sir. Captain Logan wants me. I'll see you later.
Yeah, tell Logan I want to see him, Sarge, will you?
Oh, Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey.
Huh?
I'm Alan Forster. You remember we were talking?
Oh, sure, kid. But what were you doing in that barber shop?
Oh, I was a witness to the shooting. Wasn't I, Mr. Clago? The police questioned us both.
That's right, young man.
I did as you told me, Mr. Casey. I was on the spot when things happened, and I had a camera with me. And I got 2 shots of that Blake fella from almost where we're standing now. One almost as I heard the gun fired, and the other right after he hit the ground.
You didn't tell the police about taking any pictures.
Oh, no, Mr. Clagle. I wanted Casey to have these shots. I've got hot stuff, haven't I, Casey? Exclusive news pictures, the kind that'll get me a job on the Express?
Now, well, let's get to my office, develop your film, and see just what you got.
Oh, no, let me develop the film at home, Mr. Casey. I'd like to do a complete job on it.
Well, all right, but blow them up to 8 by 10 and be sure to use a fine-grained developer.
Oh, you'll see the kind of job I can do. I'll have the prints at your office inside of 45 minutes.
Oh, which way is your home, young man?
I live on Nelson Street, Mr. Clagle.
Oh, good. I'm going in that direction. My car's around the corner. I'll drop you off.
Oh, that'll be swell.
Oh, Mr. Clagle. Yes, Captain Logan. I want to ask you a few more questions. Will you come back into the barber shop, please? Well, I have important business to attend to, Captain. There's nothing so important as this murder right now. Come in, please. Well, I'll have to do as you say, of course.
Now, when do Miss Williams and I get in there, Logan?
So you two are here.
We've been waiting for hours.
I'll beat it quick, Mr. Casey. See you at the Express.
Okay, fella.
I'll be waiting just a minute, Mr. Clagle. And why have you and Casey been waiting, Miss Williams?
Logan, when you start clowning right after a murder, it means you got an airtight case.
Well, it isn't quite that yet, Casey. I've got some loose ends to tie up.
Oh, what are they?
Well, the medical examiner took a .38 caliber slug out of Blake's body. And we found guns on both of the hoods that were in that sedan, but they were .45s.
Well, they must have thrown the murder gun away.
Sure they did. Somebody picked it up, of course, and hasn't turned it in.
Well, they tried a fast getaway. That's ample indication of their guilt.
How about motive?
Almost anyone had a motive to kill Max Blake. He was an all-around louse. Yeah, it's going to take a lot more work than I first expected. Seems I never get an easy case. We cops lead an absolute dog's life, Casey.
Our story will continue in just a moment. You know, Alex, I really like good, wholesome beer and ale.
So do I, Tony.
But there's one thing that's always bothered me, and that's the way empty bottles clutter up the back porch and basement.
And that's one of the big reasons for the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle.
Oh, you're right, Alex. You never have to bother about returning empties to the store.
When the bottle is empty, you get rid of it as you would any other food container.
And you don't have to bother about deposits. No more fussing with extra pennies.
And the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle is a glass bottle. And because it's a glass bottle, it brings you beer and ale that tastes as beer and ale should taste.
Clean, clear, sparkling, unaffected by any foreign flavors.
No cloudiness, no discoloration. Beer that's brewery bright.
Is it any wonder that the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle is sweeping America? For perfect flavor, demand beer in glass bottles. For extra convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
I've got the prints for you, Mr. Casey. Told you I'd have them here in your office inside of 45 minutes.
Yeah, you're a fast worker, Al.
Oh, I'd have made it even sooner if a guy hadn't stopped me outside your building. Guy wanted to buy the pictures.
Who?
Oh, he's from another paper, the Globe. He offered me $200 for the shots I got.
Well, how did the Globe know that you...
Well, he said somebody who saw me take them tipped off a Globe reporter.
Well, that could happen, all right, I guess.
But I wouldn't let him even see what I've got. These pictures are yours.
Yeah, well, don't say that until we talk to City Desk. Burke might not go $200 worth.
Oh, I don't care about that. It's a job I want.
Well, let's see your prints. Come on.
Yeah, here.
Mm-hmm. Nice work, fella. You can really see Blake starting his fall in this one. The body's sagging, growing limp.
Yeah, he just hit the ground in this one. I shot it as quick as I could wind the film and focus.
Hey, these are worth $200 and a steady job here besides. Come on, we're going upstairs to Burke, and I'm going to tell him just that.
Well, $100 for the two pictures is my limit, Casey. And we don't need any new staff photographers.
Burke, no other paper in town will have these shots. They're worth every cent of the $200 the Globe has already offered, and we can use this young fella.
Are you telling me how to run this paper?
It's okay, Mr. Casey. I'll take the $100.
Now, you're crazy if you do, Alan.
You seem to be acting as this young man's agent rather than as an employee of the Express, Casey. What's to be your rake-off on this deal?
What? You don't mean that, do you, Burke?
No. But 100 is tops.
Come on, kid, let's go.
Okay.
Casey, you know I didn't...
Sure, but someday you'll make one of your darn nuts to you.
Oh, gee, Mr. Casey, I'm terribly sorry.
Never mind. It's all right. I told you this newspaper racket was a dog's life, fellow. Now maybe you believe me. Take these pictures to the Globe and get you $200.
Well, I hate...
Well, you'd be crazy to do anything else. Did you, make any extra prints of those shots?
Yeah, 2 of each.
Well, could I have the extras? I won't use them, of course. Just that they're nice, clean camera jobs. I'd like them to remember Bert by.
Sure, here they are.
Thanks. Now, take the others to your Globe guy right now. In this racket, a guy has to sell to the highest bidder. I tell you, it's a dog's life.
Casey, you've been sitting at this bar for over 2 hours now. Ain't you ever going back to work?
Well, not sure I am, Ethelbert, the Express.
Oh, now stop being sore at Burke. You know he's pretty decent sort underneath.
Underneath. And I'm tired of digging underneath Burke to look for his good points. You know, for 2 cents, I'd go over to the Globe myself and strike Curtis for a job. Now, there's a city editor who knows values, and he's also an okay guy, too.
Well, thank you very much, Casey.
Huh?
Mr. Curtis.
Hello, Miss Williams. And when do you want to start work on the Globe, Casey?
Well, I haven't exactly made up my mind to make any change, Mr. Curtis.
You're just crabbing about something, eh? You'll never leave the Express.
The Express? Well, good paper.
Okay.
Yeah, but we sure let you pull one over on us today, getting those exclusive murder pictures for only $200.
What exclusive murder picture?
The Blake killing, of course. Give Mr. Curtis a drink on me, Ethelbert, will you?
Sure. Oh, excuse me, there's the bar phone.
We didn't get any exclusives of the Blake killing.
Well, you bought the stuff that Forster kid got.
Forster kid?
Sure, Alan Forster, the young camera bug.
I never heard of him.
You'll have to speak louder, ma'am.
Wait a minute. Say, Curtis, didn't you send a guy from the Globe to buy those shots from...
Casey, I haven't the vaguest idea of what you're talking about.
The call's for you, Casey, and Mrs. Forster on the wire.
Mrs. Forster?
Uh-huh, you want to talk to her?
I'll say I do.
Miss Williams, would you be good enough, if you can, please, to tell me something?
Hey, hello, Casey speaking.
They told me at the Express to call this number, Mr. Casey. I'm Alan Forster's wife. He's with you, isn't he?
No.
Oh, but you know where he is.
No?
Oh, that something's happened to him.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, almost 3 hours ago, he phoned me at the place where I work about the pictures he'd taken of that murder.
Yeah?
He said he was going to develop them, then meet you and phone me back. But he didn't phone, and somebody's been in our apartment.
Somebody's...
Well, I found the lock on our door broken, and the closet Alan uses for his darkroom, the things have been broken and knocked around.
Has anything else in the apartment been disturbed?
No, just the things in the darkroom. Oh, Mr. Casey, what do you think's happened to him?
I don't know. But I'll do my best to locate your husband.
Do you think you can?
Now, take it easy and don't worry. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Annie, come on. Excuse us, Mr. Curtis, will you?
Where are we going, Casey?
My car across the street. The copies of those murder pictures are there in my equipment case. And I want to take a very careful look at them. Oh, Annie. If I'd only looked carefully at these prints before.
What do you see, Casey?
How Blake was murdered.
How Blake?
Yes, look. Look. When Forster took the pictures, his lens was stopped down to get a good depth of focus.
Yeah?
He got not only Blake, but a sharp picture of the building across the street.
Yeah,
Well, in the first picture, the bullet has just struck Blake. He's slumping. He's beginning to fall. And a ground floor window of that building is partially open, Annie. Look.
Yeah, just a few inches.
Yeah, but in the second picture, which shows Blake lying on the sidewalk, that window's closed.
He was shot from behind that window, and the killer closed it right after he fired.
Right, that's it. Now, look at this third floor window in both pictures. It's the one that Richard M. Clegel said he was standing behind when he heard the shot. Well, did you see anybody there?
No, Casey. Clegel could have gone down to the first floor and waited for Blake to come out of the barber shop. And...
Yeah. Then, after he shot him, Clegel closed the window, did a quick dash up the stairs to the third floor, and rang the elevator bell.
Yeah?
The operator picked him up there, and Clegel was supplied with a pretty good alibi, Annie, because the bullet entered Blake's body on a horizontal line. He couldn't have been shot from the third floor.
But Cleggel's a reputable businessman, Casey. Why did he kill Blake?
No, never mind. That doesn't matter now. Point is, he must have killed him. And Clegel is the only person besides you, Forster, Burke, and me who knew about those pictures. He was with us when the kid told about taking him, remember?
Oh, yeah. And he offered to take the kid home right afterwards. And if Captain Logan hadn't detained him...
he'd have gotten the films then, sure. He sent somebody to wait outside the express building to buy those pictures. But Forster wouldn't sell until after he'd seen me. And then I played into his hands by telling the kid not to accept Burke's chiseling offer.
And the phony Globe reporter got him into a car after he left you and kidnapped him.
Because the kid only had prints of the pictures, Annie. Clayco had to have the negatives, too. So he or the guy working with him broke into Forster's apartment and got him. Evidently, Forster didn't let on that he'd given me a set of prints, or I'd have received a call from him, too.
Well, maybe they've killed him by now.
Oh, Annie, if they've killed that kid, I'm partly responsible.
Oh, that's crazy.
I gotta find Logan right away. We're gonna start for headquarters as soon as I can unlock this ignition.
Don't make a move.
Clayco.
There's a gun in this pocket, Casey. You remember that, too, Miss Williams, and that a man in danger of the electric chair will stop at nothing to protect himself. I'm getting into the back seat. Start your motor, Casey, and drive as I direct.
Okay. Guess you heard what we were talking about.
And not by accident. Young Forster did say you had prints of those pictures. I waited a long time for you. Now start driving. Straight ahead for the time being.
That gun makes you the boss. Mind giving us a hint of where we're going?
We're joining young Forster. He hasn't been harmed yet. Drive right up to that big door, Casey.
Okay.
What is this place?
A little waterfront storage house I own, Miss Williams. Stop here, Casey.
All right, now what?
Get out of the car. I notice you've placed the pictures I want in your equipment case. Bring the case with you.
All right.
And be very careful. Bob, open up.
Right away, boss. Well, I see you got the guy you went after plus a dame.
Yeah, Bob, just as you got Forster. Now step inside, you people.
Casey.
Hello, Alan. See, they've got you nicely tied up.
Now, that guy Bob brought me here. He's a fellow said he was on the Globe. I told him about the prints you had before I knew he was a phony.
It's okay, pal.
Now you can hand over those prints, Casey.
I guess I'll have to, Clegel. What are your plans for the three of us?
Can't you guess?
A one-way ride?
A boat ride. Late tonight. On one of my cement barges.
Casey.
I hate to do this, Miss Williams, but you people are very dangerous to me. More dangerous than Max Blake was.
Why did you kill Blake?
Never mind that. Give me the pictures of your plate case.
Okay.
Don't let him think he's missing that case, boss. There may be a gat in there.
There's nothing in this case but films and flash bulbs and your pictures.
Maybe not, but take your hands out of there.
All right. You're the doctor. Get him yourself, then.
He's got something in his hands, boss.
Can't you see they're only flash bulbs? I took them out so you can get at the prints he's...
Unstrap the case from his shoulder, Bob.
I've got it.
Take out the pictures. I want to be sure.
You got a flash bulb between the eyes. Shoot him up. My eyes are cut. That's right. I can't see. I'm blind. He's got my gun, Clegel. You shouldn't try to handle a gun and a film case at the same time. Bob.
You got him, Casey.
And here's one for you, Clegel.
You got them both around.
Annie, did you get my camera from the car while I watch these mugs? I'm going to use some flash bulbs now to get a few front-page pictures. And if Bert doesn't put them on the front page, I will take a job on the Globe.
Oh, now, when did I hear that one before?
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. If men had to clean pots and pans every night, they'd really do something about it. They'd go right out and invest in a complete set of Fire King oven glass. If only because Fire King oven glass is so amazingly easy to clean. Now, if you've been using ordinary pots and pans, you have no idea how much kitchen drudgery Fire King oven glass will save you. You see, Fire King oven glass has a special non-porous surface that's literally mirror smooth, the result of a scientific process exclusive with Fire King. And then, too, you save dishwashing by using a single Fire King baking dish to serve, bake, and store leftovers. Now, you'll find a wide variety of Fire King casseroles, pie plates, and baking dishes in all sizes at your favorite chain and other retail stores where household glass is sold, all at amazingly low prices, all guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Beautiful, practical, inexpensive Fire King oven glass, a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Why did Clagle kill that guy, Max Blake, Casey?
Well, Ethelbert, shyster criminal lawyers like Blake are sometimes blackmailers. Well, Blake was.
Clagle was paying him and finally got tired of him.
Yeah. Clagle knew that Blake patronized the barber shop across from his office building and invariably went there on Saturday afternoon. All he had to do was to watch and to wait for him. See?
He figured out a pretty good alibi from the elevator operator. He made it look better by bringing those two gunmen, Sylvia and Russo, to the neighborhood with a phony telephone message.
Yeah, you see, they thought they would have met somebody there. But Clagle had framed them as a pair of natural suspects. They knew that with their record, it wasn't healthy to be caught at the scene of a killing, so when they heard the shot, they tried to beat it, which made them really look guilty, you think?
I see. After what the Forster kid went through, I guess he'll be glad to go on working in a store.
Yeah, oh, no. He's got the stuff it takes, the kid.
Casey's browbeaten Burke into putting Ellen Forster on the regular staff, Ethelbert.
Yeah?
Oh, well, he's taking the job on his own responsibility, though. Yes, sir, I've warned the kid. And now he's seen for himself that press photographers...
Lead a dog's life.
Yeah, that's right. We certainly do.
Casey, as my sister Edna says, quote, Demas complains about leading a dog's life, seldom want to trade places with any other breed of animal. Yeah, unquote.
Give Casey another Fido biscuit, Ethelbert. Pour it in his usual glass.
Prime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Your National Guard is destined to play a more important part than ever before in America's security plans. The National Guard offers young men regular Army pay and training without interference with their normal civilian life. If you're between the ages of 17 and 35, married or single, join your local unit of the National Guard. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
5-4 in service. Starting mileage 9421. 9421. Officers Perkins and George. Tour of duty 6 p.m. 2 a.m. on the night watch. 5-4, 6:09 p.m. Starting night watch.
This is Don Reed. I'm a police recorder. You're riding in the detective unit reporting in service on the night watch. As you go along with us, remember, this is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 5-4 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
It's 6:09 p.m., and we're just starting out patrol on the night watch. By the way, Don, I think we'd better keep in pretty close touch with Control 1 tonight. Anything cooking? I don't want to jinx anything by saying too much, but do you remember that holdup we had in the market last week? Yeah, we got one suspect, and the other fellow flew the coop. So? Well, Ward and Walter are still working on that case, and we might get some action before the night's over with. By the way, you got a cigarette? I thought you quit smoking. Well, you know how it is.
Control 1, 5-4. Contact the officer at Sunken Money, holding a shoplifting suspect. 6:11 p.m.
5-4, 10-4. All right, you've just heard that call. I should judge. We're taking off now. I should judge we're just a block or two away, actually, from where this call has been reported. Now, we have nothing further than just what you heard over the air, that a shoplifting suspect is being held, apparently by one of our officers. We're not very far away. We're coming right into a business section, and as soon as we slip along past a few cars, we'll be able to turn onto the boulevard that should produce the scene here. As a matter of fact, we'll have to stop for a boulevard stop, slowing down now and making a turn. Now we're on the street, and it should be in this next block. Isn't that right, Sergeant?
Yes, there's the officer right up there.
Yeah, all right. Here he is, directly ahead. We're coming into the curb now. I can see the officer standing there. He has a suspect in custody. So let's go along with the officers now.
Officer Cameron, what happened up here?
Well, I was walking beat when I walked past Grants. The manager came out and talked to me and says that one of his sales lady observed this woman placing 15 shirts in a paper bag. And when the woman noticed that she was spotted, she immediately placed the shirts back and started out. However, the manager talked to me and pointed out the woman, and I stopped her, and after interrogation, I called you.
Is that the woman over there?
Yes, it is.
Let's go over and talk to her.
I can see the shoplifting suspect standing in the archway of this store in custody of another officer, and she's dressed in a short-sleeved sweater with a light blue skirt. As I'm entering this alcove, I have the feeling I'm talking in a tunnel. Well, now, here's the picture. The suspect is unusually nervous and has a strange blank stare, almost as if she were looking at you, but she didn't see you. Now, the sergeant is questioning her about shoplifting 15 shirts. But I can tell by the expression on his face. There's something wrong here.
I don't know. That's why I put them in.
You ever been arrested before?
Yes, I have. I don't know what it was. It said offering or soliciting or what. I don't know, but one or the other. Just one.
I noticed that you have some marks on your arms there. What are they from?
I fell about 2 weeks ago.
What about this scar on this arm over here?
I don't know what that scar is.
Have you ever used narcotics of any kind?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever been arrested for narcotics?
No, I haven't. No.
It's very similar. I noticed on this one here, I noticed a little mark up here.
That is where I fell.
This scar is comparatively new.
That's where I picked it. I fell.
2 marks in there in addition to the scar.
No, sir, they're not no marks. It's where I fell and scratched my arm on the
How about this one right here?
I don't know what that is. I guess it's just a pimple like over here on this other one.
No, there's 2 little points right on that one there.
It's the The skin of it is there. It's not a pin mark. See there?
I think that you're going to have to be held on a narcotics charge.
Oh.
Until we can have this checked.
Well, why? It's not a narcotic. I mean, that's not no narcotic. That's when I sprayed my arm on the fence when I fell with the baby, where you can easily see here.
You also have other marks. You've got a mark over this arm here.
But that's not a narcotic mark.
Well, you can
it's
feel
not a narcotic mark.
You can feel the rain on it right there.
These scars been on here I don't know how long. I don't even know what they're from. I don't recall what they're from.
Right here.
That's the mole. I have them all over me. There's another one.
This one is blue right in the vein.
Here's another one right here.
Well, I think we're going to hold you until we check on it.
Oh, that's so unfair.
The suspect is being taken into custody now by Sergeant Perkins and is being escorted to our police car. Now, we've observed there is sufficient evidence of the use of narcotics to warrant further investigation. So now, back to headquarters. I am speaking now from the Detective Bureau in Police Headquarters. And Sergeant Perkins has already explained to Lieutenant Conlon, Chief of Detectives, the circumstances regarding the arrest. The suspect is being brought into the office now by the matron and is being seated across the desk from Lieutenant Conlon. Let's get in behind and listen to this interrogation.
Well, I'll ask you something. Have you ever used any narcotics?
No, sir, I never have.
Are you positive about it?
Yes, sir, I am positive.
Did you ever smoke any marijuana?
Yes, I have.
You smoke marijuana?
Yes, I have.
About how many sticks did you smoke a week?
Maybe 2.
2?
That's the most that I recall.
Did you ever feel like that you'd like to go to something a little bit heavier than marijuana?
No.
Do you mind if I look at your arms?
No, sir, I don't.
You see this snake that runs from here down to here?
Mm-hmm.
What caused that? See
No,
here?
just here.
Right here. There's a continuous snake that runs all the way down your arm on this main line down here. Here's a bruise spot here.
That's the mole.
What caused this?
I don't know. At different times I've hurt myself. That's all.
And you mean to tell me this is caused from a cut?
I have proof. That's nothing stuck in me.
I know that you have smoked marijuana, which you told me you have smoked marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And there is every reason in the world to believe that you have graduated to H.
I see it is.
And you don't know what caused this scar here?
I don't know if I scratched myself at some time or something. It's been a long time ago. I know that whenever it happened. I haven't had anything on there recently.
How many people do you know that smoke marijuana now? Tell me the truth now.
I'm thinking. Did I actually know? Did I know that smoke marijuana? Maybe 5 or 6.
What do you think, Lieutenant Conlon? Well, I think that she's definitely addicted to narcotics. Her arms show so. She has a snake that runs about 6 inches through the main part of her arm, and she has one in the bend of her arm near the main line, which indicates to me that she is a user of narcotics of some form or other.
Okay, well, shall we take her down and book her on narcotics?
Yeah, take her down and book her for an addict, 11721 of the H&S code, and see that she's booked and searched by the matron.
Okay, we'll do, Lieutenant.
Well, policewoman Kingston is taking the suspect out of the office and down to the booking desk.
Well, what happens now, Sergeant?
You know, Don, we can get help for her if she wants it. But if she doesn't, well, it's her life.
We've been back on patrol for better than 30 minutes. And a few moments ago, Car 53 received a prowler call. Since we're the only detective unit in the area, we're rolling in to see if any assistance is necessary. The only information we have is, of course, that radio transmission which said that there's a prowler on the north side of the building. We don't have anything further at all on it. Incidentally, we're approaching the area now.
Sergeant, just cut the lights, just in case. There's our uniform car directly ahead. And looking over, the two officers have a suspect in custody. Everything seems to be pretty much under control. Now, let's get out and check this out with the officers. Out of the car. The suspect is well dressed. However, now that I get a closer look at him, it appears that he's been walking on his hands and knees. And incidentally, the entire left side of his body is bent way over to one side. Frankly, it's difficult to see how he remains standing. Officer George and his partner are questioning the suspect. Let's move in a little closer.
Don't live no place, sir, but I am staying at the hotel. So
you live at the hotel
now?
Yes,
sir, I do not. Tonight, I do. Yes, sir.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing around those apartments back there, a couple blocks back? Wandering around behind them.
I don't believe I was, sir, but if you say I was, you have it.
The situation
way,
is
but
obvious. The suspect appears to be under the influence and is listening to the port side, I'd say about 30 degrees. Consequently, when he tried to walk down the street, he wound up going up someone's driveway in the dark, bumping the sides of buildings. Result, a prowler call.
What have you been drinking? Scotch and water, sir.
How much?
Oh, I dare say $5 worth.
Mm-hmm. Well, as far as I'm concerned, he's in no condition to take care of himself.
Definitely.
Suppose you get in the police car.
Sir. But why make...
Because you're under the influence of alcohol in public.
May I go home and not have it, May I get up tomorrow and not have it?
Personally, I don't think you can make it home. The way you're walking, the way you're standing. Well, what? You see this line right
yes,
here?
Yes, sir.
See this line?
Yes, sir.
Can you walk down it like this? Put your heel to your toe just like that. Walk straight down it like I'm doing?
I'll try, sir.
All right, try that until I tell you to stop.
I dare say I won't be able to do it.
Well, go ahead and give it away.
Well, I'll give it a try. I know in advance I shan't be able to do it, sir.
Arrest me. Do this, then. Put your...
this business, maybe I can do that. But if you're going to arrest me, I'm sorry.
Well, we're sorry, too. Suppose you get in the police.
That more or less speaks for itself. The suspect is under arrest and is being placed in Unit 5-3. So, let's get back to our car and continue patrol on the night watch.
You are listening to Night Watch and following a detective unit on its tour of duty. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's cases at the conclusion of The Night Watch. Defense of our country is not a responsibility just for the military. It's up to every one of us to help. The Air Force has formed the Ground Observer Corps as a nationwide civilian component of the Air Defense Command. Sign up to become a Ground Observer Corps volunteer in your locality. Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now we switch you back to police headquarters and police recorder Don Reed.
Police Department, Officer Lang? Yes, sir. Yes, just a moment. He's standing right here. Sergeant Perkins, for you.
Thanks. Perkins? Yeah. Oh, good. When did you pick him up? Okay, well, bring him on into the station, and we'll meet you in the Dix Bureau. Okay. Looks like our information was correct, Don.
Yeah, how's that?
Well, remember that second suspect we were looking for? The one that stuck up the market last week?
Yeah.
Ward and Walters got him, and they're bringing him in now.
It's 11:40 p.m., almost an hour since we received that phone call. We're located now in the Detective Bureau here at headquarters. In just a few moments, the 211 suspect we were referring to will be brought into the office. Incidentally, 211 in police terminology means armed robbery. It'll be a moment or two, so let me fill you in on the picture. Last week, 2 men held up a market. Well, fortunately, an alert citizen got the license number of the getaway car. Result, 1 suspect was captured that night. Well, that was last week, you may remember. However, the second suspect, or the older one of the pair, managed to escape arrest when the 2 split up that night. He went into hiding, and when he became confident that he had made a clean getaway, the suspect returned to his old haunts, trying to find his partner. Well, that's where he made his mistake, because tonight he walked into the arms of 2 detectives. The prisoner is being brought into the room now by Detective Walter. Sergeant Perkins will take notes, and Sergeant Ward will question him.
Robbery at the Culver City Market down there.
I robbed it.
Well, tell us about it. How'd you get the idea to stick that place up?
Well, we looked around, and it was a market, with a cash register in the front. And not having any experience, I said, well, that's the place to go right there. Oh, it's easy, Anybody can do it. It's not too good. Fact is, I've been a pretty good man, but I'm not anymore. Now, the way it happened, went in, I said, you take the money and I'll watch everybody, So this guy, he gets a jar of peanut butter. Said, how much is that? She told him. He reached in his pocket. Said, you got change for 10? He didn't have a dime. She said, yeah. And she opened the cash register. So I pull out this gun. I said, all right, get the money. She said, quit that. I guess it didn't look much like a gun to her, but it was. Pretty good imitation, at least. I said, here's your head. Open that thing again.
You got real mean.
Oh, yeah. So she opened it. Of course, I wouldn't shot. But anyway, she opened it, and he took the money, and that's all there is to it.
What was the motivating factor of it?
I'll tell you exactly the whole story. I'm a robber. I came out of the Veterans Hospital, and I said, well, now, I've got to loaf a while before I go to work. I had a little money. So I went over. They got a son. Said he's AWL again. 4 times since you saw him. He's been drafted in the Army, and he's been AWL 4 times. Say he's married. He's got a wife here. He's going to have a baby in about 3 weeks. Well, then I met his wife. I said, I'll send her to the hospital. I'll send her. I ain't got no money. I said, you can get out and make some, can't you? You're a great big boy now, 21, in the Army. I thought, that's him. Can't even go to the doctor. Hasn't got a dime. I said, well, look, you're no good. You've never been. He's a, purse snatcher. Snatches purse from women, thing like that. He's a big husky, too. But anyway, I said, well, why don't you do something and get some money? What can I do? I said, I'll show you. I said, you got a gun? No. I said, I'll go get one. We'll rob somebody. We'll put the girl in the hospital and take care of her. Okay. Said, they won't do no more for you that than they will for robbing women. Got me an old, pretty good imitation of a gun and went down. And I said, let's go. How we do it? We'll just pick a place. Rob them, that's all there is to it. I ain't never had no experience at all. Now, he claimed he had, but now you'll find that's a lie. He said him and Bulldog, the guy that's in jail for forgery, in prison rather, said him and Bulldog used to rob these places. You'll find that's a lie. I bet you $10 he never robbed a place before in his life. No, I didn't. But anyway, we went in, robbed a man, took the money, and drove on home. I said, now go in and give your wife the money. Tell her to go to the hospital and so. No, I said, I got to get out of town. They might have got the number of this car.
How much money did you get?
I don't know. He had it. Now, as it was closed, I'll tell you what, I can tell you within $20 what it was. It was between $180 and $200.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Did he keep all that money?
Oh, no. We split it up.
Split it up.
Boy, evenly, 50-50. But there was between 180 and 200.
How long did you shop around before you figured that you'd hit this Culver City market?
Quite a while. What I mean, we looked over 3 or 4 places. At least 2 that was undecided about.
Both of them markets?
Yeah.
Remember where they were?
No, I don't even know where this one was. I can find it again, you know.
Uh-huh.
But I don't even know where it was.
What made you pick this particular place? Any particular reason?
No. Now, he picked where he's appointed, you know. And I just picked this one because I was looking for a market. And I picked this one, I guess because I thought it was easy, you know. It looked like it just, well, it was awfully easy to rob a place. Anybody could do that. That's nothing.
You remember going in the market 15 minutes before you stepped the place up?
We went in there. It wasn't 15 minutes or something. I'd say half an hour before.
Okay.
Yeah, went in there and he bought some chewing gum.
What were you doing then? Sort of casing the place?
Sure, looking over.
Uh-huh.
Well, when you both went in there, you both knew that what was going to happen.
Oh, yeah, we went in there to rob it and did rob it.
I mean, you discussed it before you
went in there. Sure.
What if that guy in there would have...
But I still went to jail because I was going to tell a man. That's the first time in my life I ever took anything from anybody. And do you know what I can do? I can make your eyeballs bug out.
With what?
With a gun. And I wouldn't shoot anybody for anything in the world.
Are you a good shot with a gun?
I'm not only a good one, but the best.
With a pistol, huh?
Mm-hmm. Or a rifle. I was 7 years an instructor in the Marines.
Is that right?
Teaching that every day, shooting every day. We have a bob and target. If either one of you in service, you know what a bob and target is. It doesn't go up and down like it sounds, but it goes this way. Yeah. You know, it's made of cardboard. A silhouette. Well, each time it turns, every 3 seconds, you see. It's 3 seconds toward you and 3 seconds away. You shoot that one time, then once you're ready, you shoot again. I was working on it, range for about a year, and I said to Thomas was world champion at the time. I said, how many times could you hit that on one turn if you wanted to? He said, I don't know. 2 or 3, I guess. I said, let's try it. So we come up, when it turns, bang, bang, bang. Get 3 hits on it, you know. I said, man, practice that, he can get fast. I said, it might help a man sometime. You know, you get down in the jungle. So we start practicing. And Thomas, he said, well, we don't do that in the national matches. You know, at Count Perry, you don't do that. So he didn't fool with it. But I kept on. And I could put one shell in the chamber, 7 in the clip, and on one turn, I'd hit that 7 times straight, and one time it would be turning, one long one, you know. I could hit her 8 times in 3 seconds. So I used to watch, and fellas come up with these blue and gold badges as distinguished, you know. I'd say, after they'd shoot this, that's the last thing you shoot at, see bob and target. One time every 3 seconds, you know. I'd say, if you wanted to, how many times could you hit that on one turn? Well, I don't know, 2 or 3, I guess. Let's try it and see. So I'd tell the man, all right, run it again. He'd run it, and I'd blam, blam, maybe 3, sometimes 4, you know. I said, it seemed to me like a man ought to get that 6, 7 times. No, that's too fast. I'll tell you what I'll do now. I don't know, but I'll bet you that I can hit it 8 times in 3 seconds. I'll bet you a dinner at the club. That's a bet. I used to eat dinner every day on some poor sucker, you know. Because I practiced it over a year. Well, one day our captain come down. His name was Colony. And he said, what kind of racket you got here? And I said, I don't know what you mean. He said, every day I see you in the club eating. You never pay. I said, I get these suckers, and I bet I can hit that bob and target 8 times in 3 seconds. 8 times? Yes. He said, well, meet another sucker. And I said, I bet you can't do it. I'd like to see it. So I eat off of him, too.
What would you have done if that guy in the store would have pulled out a gun?
I'd have shot it out of his hand, shot his arm. I could hit his arm easy. I could hit one eye. I told a man one time, and I was lying to him. I said, I'll shoot out your right eye or your left, and I'll drill you another between them, just whichever you want.
Did you have any shells for that gun?
No. You wouldn't take a shell.
Well, now, wait just a second. You said this man had pulled a gun on you. You'd have shot the gun out of his hand. How could you...
Yeah, I'd have hollered bang, bang. Hey, now listen, fellas. I'm going to plead guilty to robbing the man, please. I am. I'm going to plead guilty. I won't make no excuses, and I won't tell nobody I was doing it for somebody else because I wasn't. And
everything you told us is...
Everything I've told you is the truth. I'm just going to plead guilty.
What about this $3,000 market job that you told this kid that you were in on?
Oh, I've never told him in my life.
That's what he says. Did you ever stick up any place else?
No, never have.
Did you ever tell this kid that you stuck up?
No. No, he was the one that was sticking up, and I told you. I said, I bet you $10 he never stuck up a place in his life. He was green as I was, greener.
When you bought this gun, did you have any intention of using it for...
That was what I was going to do with it.
You fully intended
Oh, yeah.
Well, you bought the gun after you met this kid, or before? After you met him?
Yeah. After we planned to rob this place. Someplace, not this one. Just rob it.
Okay, we'll take him back and lock him up for the night then.
Right.
I'm sorry. Oh, you got some trouble with it.
That's all right. We get paid for it.
You have been listening to Actual Investigations as recorded from Detective Unit 5-4 on The Night Watch. And now back to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case tonight of the woman arrested on the charge of shoplifting and suspicion of being a narcotic addict, the department store manager dropped the shoplifting complaint in view of the seriousness of the narcotic charge and in order to help this department obtain the proper treatment for her. The last case heard tonight cleared our records of the market holdup, with both suspects admitting their participation in the armed robbery. I might mention at this time the penalty for this crime is a minimum of 5 years in the state prison. One of the keys to the quick solution of this case was an alert citizen taking the license number of a suspicious car. Given this information, our Detective Bureau, under Lieutenant Bob Conlon, followed the trail for over a week before finally locating and arresting the second suspect. Our city presents a difficult problem of police work because of our geographical location. We are located in the heart of a large metropolitan area. My department is cooperating to bring you the on-the-scene action of the Night Watch to show you the important part that you as a citizen can play in keeping your police department an effective organization. If through this program we can further that cause, then our efforts will be well rewarded.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
I don't want any trouble from you here. We got you cold for breaking and entering, and I could put you in jail and keep you there forever if I wanted to.
You'd be an awful sorry guy if you did, Sergeant Heath. You coop me up before I get a chance to talk to the district attorney, then you'll be awful unhappy.
The district attorney's got nothing to do with this case. You broke into a joint, we caught you, and we're going to send you up.
But you did send for Mr. Markham, didn't you, Heath?
Yeah, I sent for him, only he ain't going to be happy being brought down here unless you got a good reason.
I got a great reason. Wait till he hears what it is.
Hello, Heath.
Oh, hi, Mr. Markham.
You asked me to come down here. I'm here. Suppose you tell me what this is about.
DA, this punk here, he's Joe Farrell, said he had something hot to tell you.
What is it, Farrell?
Well, D.A., I want you to go easy on me on account of, I got a trade to make.
What kind of a trade?
I don't like crowds, D.A. This room is too crowded with Heath here.
Huh?
Ask him maybe if he'd like to hop into the other room for a minute.
Heath?
Okay. But this stooge better have something to say to you. I'll be right next door, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Well, Farrell?
D.A., listen. The cops have got me cold on a burglary rap. Okay, I ain't looking to crawl out of that. Only I want it to go as light as possible.
I should think you would.
I got information I'll hand you if there ain't too much pressure put on me by Heath.
We can't make any trades with criminals, Farrell. Although if you know something that might help us, perhaps the judge might be lenient if you throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Yeah, that's okay by me. Listen, Markham, here's the dope. You know the City Museum?
Very well.
Okay. Well, the museum gets a big shipment from some foreign country. I ain't sure where. And it comes in this afternoon. It comes from some collector who died and willed the whole thing to the joint.
Well?
Well, one of the things that the museum is gonna get ain't what it seems to be. It looks like something, only it ain't what it looks like. You understand?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll hand it to you this way. There's maybe 6 or 8 things in that collection. Mostly statues and stuff. Only there's something about one of the statues.
Really? What?
I don't know. It's junk as far as I could find out. All I know is this, that there's guys in town that want that statue, and they want it bad enough to kill for it.
Come in, sir.
Master, it is here. It is here.
Well, talk, man, talk. Tell me everything about it.
Mr. Peters, I wait in the museum until the crates are open. I see it with my own eyes. It is here, Master. The Bonji, the idol my tribe worshipped. We will get from the museum, no?
3 years I've trailed that statue from one end of the globe to the other. Now it is within reach. The Bonji... Sit down, Minga, sit down.
Yes, Master. We make plans to get the Bonji.
Careful plans, Ringai. The most careful plans man ever made. This is the high point in my entire life. Understand that? Nothing must go wrong. We will plan well, carefully, and quickly.
It is good. Soon my tribe will be at peace within themselves. Soon I bring back to them the Bonji.
Tonight... we will get it, Ringai. Right now, I'm sure I'm going to need this.
What you get from the drawer, Master?
This. Ringai, the Bonji is 1,000 years old. Stolen from your country.
Yes.
I will return this ancient masterpiece to your people, Ringai. But to do that, it is quite possible that I will need this very modern weapon. This... automatic pistol. All day I do nothing but open these crates. I'm supposed to be the curator of this museum, and all day What are you doing here?
Excuse me, Mr. Jasper. You are Mr. Jasper?
Yeah, sure, my name is Jasper. Who are you? What are you doing in the museum? No one's allowed in here at this hour.
I've done a lot of things in my life that no one has been allowed to do, Mr. Jasper. My name is Carter, Enid Carter.
Well?
I want that statue in the corner. That ugly copper thing. The Bonji.
I'm sorry, it's not for sale. You've got to leave here, Miss Carter. Regulations.
I have no interest in regulations. I want that statue, do you understand? It's thousands of years old. It's been worshipped by generations of natives. I must have it for my collection.
I'm sorry, Miss Carter. There's nothing I can do for you. I can't sell it to you. It just isn't for sale. And you'll have to leave here now. I've got to get the rest of this stuff uncrated before I can go to bed. And I'm tired.
Listen, Mr. Jasper, listen closely. I want that statue, the Bonji. I must have it. I'll pay you for it. More money than you've ever seen in your whole life.
I don't know why everybody wants the Bonji. It's only an ugly piece of copper.
Who else wants it? Tell me, man, who else was here asking about the bungee?
A fellow named Peters called up on the phone about it a little while ago. You know him?
He mustn't have it. Whatever you do, you mustn't sell it to him.
Miss Carter, I can't sell it to anybody. It belongs to the museum, and the museum has decided it is not for sale.
I don't care what the museum has decided. I'm going to have that statue before Mr. Peters or anyone else gets it. I'm going to have it, and I'd just like to see anyone stand in the way of my getting it.
Come in! Will you stop banging on that door this hour of the night?
Hurry, please, hurry.
Well, what is it? What's the idea of waking me up at this hour?
You're Mr. Jasper, the curator of this museum?
Yes, what about it? You woke me up. Do you realize that?
I tried to wake you. I've been banging on the door for 20 minutes.
I sleep upstairs. What do you expect me to do? Apologize for not being awake at this time of night? What is it you want?
Oh, Mr. Jasper, I'm Maurice Abbott, the art dealer. You know my gallery on Madison Avenue.
Yes, well?
You have an ugly copper statue here, valueless except as a relic of native rituals. I want that statue.
You mean the bungee?
That is correct. I just heard it arrive today, and I came down here to make a deal with you.
I don't make any deals, Mr. Abbott, and you can't buy the bungee in any event. It isn't for sale, and you're the third person tonight who's tried to buy it.
Well, I'll offer you more than they did. I'll top their best bid.
Look, please, go away and let me sleep. The bungee is not for sale.
At least let me look at it. Let me see it.
Go away. Good night, Mr. Abbott. Come around in the morning when the museum will be open.
Don't close this door on me. I want to talk to you, Mr. Jasper.
Not tonight anymore, you don't. I'm going to bed.
Going to bed, you see. I trust his sleep is not interrupted.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Markham.
Well, hello, Markham. I've been wondering when I'd hear from you.
This isn't a social call, Vance.
The way I feel about you, Markham, and about your job as district attorney makes it questionable to me whether I prefer your social or professional calls.
That's quite complimentary, Vance. Perhaps the purpose of this call might return that compliment. There's been a murder down at the City Museum, and we need help.
Delighted that you do, Markham. Who was killed?
Well, Vance, it seems that a native idol was delivered to the City Museum yesterday afternoon.
Uh-huh.
The curator of the museum, a Mr. Jasper, had reported an art dealer named Abbott unusually interested in it.
Yes, go on, Markham.
The statue was called the bungee, a small copper figure. Sometime during the night, an art collector named Enid Carter was found murdered near the statue.
Enid Carter? Not the social registrite?
The same, Vance. She was shot to death.
Well...
Now, what she was doing there or who killed her, we don't know.
Is there anything about the case the police do know, Markham?
Yes. A stool pigeon Sergeant Heath picked up yesterday told me that he knew there would be an attempt to steal one of the pieces in the museum.
Really? Or perhaps Miss Carter interrupted someone's plans, and in the interrupting met her death.
Well, that seems reasonable, Vance. Will you meet me at the museum?
Will I, Markham? I assure you nothing can keep me from keeping that meeting.
Come right into this room, please, Mr. Jasper. Mr. Vance would like to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Markham, of course.
Hello, Mr. Jasper. Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
I've been looking over your papers on that shipment that came to this museum yesterday, Mr. Jasper. I think the statues, or rather one statue, has a direct bearing on the death of Miss Carter.
She probably broke in here last night after the museum was closed, Mr. Vance. I know there was no one here when we locked up.
How she got in or why, Mr. Jasper, may or may not be important. Markham, did you ever hear of the bungee before today?
No, Vance, I'm sorry, I didn't.
If Mr. Jasper will correct me if I go too far astray.
Yes, of course.
The bungee was a native idol stolen from a tribe many years ago. According to these papers which arrived with the bungee, it is copper, stands 3 feet high on a base a foot square, and weighs 3,500 pounds.
Rather heavy, I'd say.
Copper is quite heavy. Have you anything to add to what I've said, Mr. Jasper?
No, I think not. Except that Mr. Abbott, the art dealer, was very insistent on purchasing the bungee.
I've already told Vance that. And now, Vance, I know you haven't seen the statue yet, but have you anything to tell us?
I think so. I think I can tell you why the bungee was wanted, and in so doing, tell you the reason Miss Carter was killed.
You know that, Mr. Vance?
Vance, you can't possibly. You haven't even seen the statue or the body.
That's true. I didn't look at the body because Sergeant Heath had already examined it. and Sergeant Heath is very thorough. I didn't see the bungee because there was no need to see it. You see, I know that it wasn't copper at all, but solid gold.
You know the bungee is gold, Vance. How could you possibly know that?
By the weight, Markham. A statue 3 feet high and 1 foot square makes 3 cubic feet of statue. Copper weighs 500 pounds a cubic foot.
Then if the bungee were copper, it should weigh 1,500 pounds.
That's right. But the bungee weighs 3,500 pounds. Therefore, it isn't copper. Gold weighs approximately 2.5 times as much as copper, hence my deduction.
Vance, when will you ever stop astounding me?
Never, I hope. Now let's look at the bungee and see whether...
What's that? Shots undoubtedly. Sergeant Heath or his men are shooting at something. Come on, Vance.
I'm right with you, Markham.
Heath at the window, firing at something on the outside.
Yes, I know.
Heath, Sergeant Heath, what's happened?
They got away, D.A. Hello, Vance.
Hello, Heath. Who was it got away?
Sure, it's me. 2 guys must have been hiding in this joint and thought they saw a chance to sneak out the window a couple of minutes ago. I spotted them, yelled to them to stop, but they wouldn't, so I fired at them.
Did you hit them, Heath?
No, I don't think so. I think they made it okay. I saw them get in their car and beat it.
Well, things certainly are getting complicated on this case, aren't they, Vance?
Quite a bit.
Complicated for you, Vance? What should I say? Wait till the papers hear about this. Imagine what happens to me when I gotta tell them that Miss Carter's murderers were here, sneaked right out under my nose, and I can't find them.
Well, if that's all that's troubling you, Heath, forget it.
Huh?
When the reporters ask about the shooting, tell them just one thing, and they won't annoy you any further.
What's that one thing?
Mr. Markham can probably tell you. Can you, Markham?
Why, yes. Only for the life of me, I don't know how you can do it. Heath, tell the reporters that Philo Vance can produce the 2 men who just escaped from this museum. Is that right, Vance?
Yes, Markham. That is precisely what I want Heath to tell the reporters.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Idle murder case began before there was a murder. It seems that several people, among them Maurice Abbott, an art dealer, and Enid Carter, wanted the bungee, a native idol supposed to be copper, but which actually is gold. Philo Vance reasoned it was gold, and subsequent tests proved him right. After Miss Carter was found dead, 2 men were seen fleeing from the museum, and Vance announced that he would produce them despite the fact that he hadn't even seen them. Only Vance could possibly make a statement like that. And it is some time later, when he has gone to his office.
Read it again, will you please, Miss Deering?
What's the matter, Vance? My diction bad or my voice so pleasant you just like to hear it?
I'd like to be absolutely certain of what the newspaper says, that's all.
No criticism, no compliment. That's my boss. Okay, here we go.
Just the headline and the subhead will do.
Right. It says, Police say Philo Vance can produce mystery men. Subhead, famous private investigator believed to know identity of 2 men who fled from City Museum in hail of shots. Period. More?
No, that ought to be quite sufficient, thank you.
Vance, since when have you become mysterious? If you knew who those men were, why didn't you tell Mr. Markham? They're probably the same men who killed Miss Carter.
Possibly.
Well, then why don't you tell who they are?
I never said I knew who they were, Miss Deering. I said I could produce them, and I can. In fact, I think they'll produce themselves right here in my office.
I'd like to bet they don't. That's off.
It wouldn't surprise me if those were the 2 men, Miss Deering. Let them in, please. I'll be in my private office.
I'll do it. Only I have a hunch I'm going to be sorry.
Forgive me, my dear, but this is the office of Philo Vance.
Yes, it is. Come in, please.
Thank you. Come, Ringo.
Yes, master.
My dear, I must see Mr. Vance. Is he in?
He's not only in, but unless I'm mistaken, he's expecting you. Go right into his private office. Go right in.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's all quite all right. All part of a day's work.
Wait out here, Ringo. I shan't be long.
Yes, master.
Hey, you're not going to leave him out here with me.
I assure you, my dear, you're quite safe. Wait for me, Ringo.
Yes, master.
Mr. Vance?
Come in, sir.
Mr. Vance, you know me, sir?
I know who you are. Perhaps the formalities of an introduction might be in order, though. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, I am Jonathan Peters, world traveler,
lecturer.
Authority on native art. I know of you, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, according to the newspapers, you knew it was I who was seen fleeing from the City Museum early today. I've come to ask you, sir, to implore you not to reveal my identity.
You realize that a young lady was murdered in the museum you were seen leaving?
I had nothing to do with her death, I assure you, sir. And I have here my personal check made out to you for $25,000.
The check would be in lieu of my not revealing your identity to the police.
Exactly. For the sake of your conscience, you might know that my friend and I did not kill Miss Carter. We went in the museum to see the bungee, and then she was shot. But the alarm was sounded so soon. The officer on the street came in so quickly we could not escape. We waited our chance and tried to get out while you were in the museum. Apparently, you saw us.
We'll let it go at that. Your story may or may not be correct. But tell me something, Mr. Peters. Do you know the history of the bungee?
Of course I do, sir. It was stolen many years ago from a native tribe. I have pledged to return it to the natives, one of whom accompanied me here.
That's the only story you know about it.
Precisely, sir. The only one.
The fact that it's supposed to be copper but is actually solid gold means nothing to you?
You know that, sir? You're a brilliant man, Mr. Vance.
I'm brilliant enough to telephone the police and have them take you in, Mr. Peters.
Put down that phone, Mr. Vance. Put it down. Please, sir.
Excellent backing you have for your instructions, Mr. Peters.
This gun, obvious. But like myself, Mr. Vance, purposeful. Helps me get into places and, as now, out of them. Please don't move, sir. I'm sorry to have to leave like this, but before I go, I beg you to reconsider calling the police. It will necessitate a return visit to you from my friend, this gun, and to me. You're a clever man, Mr. Vance. Be a smart one, sir, I beg of you. Do not call the police.
Do you deny, Mr. Abbott, that you threatened the museum curator, Mr. Jasper, when he would not sell the bungee to you for your gallery? Well, do you?
I have nothing to say, Mr. Markham.
You will have something to say, I'm sure, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Jasper here is ready to swear you first tried to bribe him, and then you threatened him when he told you he could not sell you the bungee.
Yes, he did. I swear he did, Mr. Markham.
Very well, I did try to bribe Jasper here, and I did threaten him. I wanted that statue.
No doubt you did, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham. Mr. Jasper, Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Vance.
Well, Markham, we're approaching what in Western moving pictures is generally referred to as a showdown. You see, I know who murdered Miss Carter and why Mr. Abbott's interest in the bungee was so acute.
You're not going to frame me for this. You're not...
Grab him, Jasper. I'm coming to help. Hold on. Now, Mr. Abbott, I think you'd be better off sitting down and telling us all about this before Vance does.
Feel like talking, Mr. Abbott?
No, I don't, and I never will. Go ahead if you can prove I killed Enid Carter. I dare you. Try to prove I murdered her.
Well, Vance, that's the City Museum right ahead of us.
Yes, it is.
You didn't ask Sergeant Heath and me to come here with you, merely as bodyguards, did you?
No, Markham, I didn't.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'd like to put this body of mine in a big bed and guard it with a couple of blankets.
No lullaby, Heath. Golf. Vance, why did you have the City Museum closed to the public for the past few hours?
Obviously, because I wanted no one to be there except whoever it is who will try to steal the bungee.
Somebody's going to try to steal that statue tonight?
Perhaps. They know the museum is unguarded, and I believe that time is a factor, and the attempt will be made tonight. You have the door key, Markham.
Yes, of course, right here.
Open it quietly, please.
All right.
If I'm not mistaken, we are about to interrupt the theft of the bungee.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't know that.
I don't know it, Heath, but I merely think it. I believe I saw a flashlight hit a window a second ago. The flashlight carried by somebody inside the museum. Well, Markham?
I'm a little slow because I'm trying to do this as quietly as possible. There. Here we are. Vance.
I see it, Markham. The flashlight at the other end of this hall. Close the door, Heath, please. Quietly. I've got my finger on the light switch.
Right.
What's that noise, Vance?
Winches, Markham. The bungee is heavy and unwieldy and has to be raised mechanically. Well, Heath, I think we're about to catch our thief.
Same guy who murdered that Enid Carter dame?
Perhaps. Ready, Heath?
He and my gun are both ready. Throw the switch, Vance.
Here goes.
Stand where you are, whoever you are, I fire. Come on, mark him, Vance.
Who is it, Vance? Can you make him out? I know who he is. But that body on the floor in the corner.
Okay, you. Get your hands up and turn this way. Get him up.
All right. Only don't shoot.
It's Jasper, the curator of this museum, Vance.
I knew that. I'm much more interested in this body. Markham, it's Jonathan Peters.
What?
He's still breathing. Heath, keep Jasper covered.
Right.
Come over here, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance.
He's dying. I know he's dying, but I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't kill him.
Shut up, you. We got you cold trying to steal the statue, ain't we?
Yes, maybe you have, but that man is dying, only I didn't kill him. I found him that way when I came down here a little while ago.
All right, Jasper, we'll get to you later.
Something.
I think Mr. Peters is trying to say something, Markham. Bend down here with me.
Right.
I can't.
Hello, Mr. Peters.
How are you, Vance? You find me in a sorry state, sir. A sorry state indeed.
Who did this to you, Mr. Peters?
That native boy I had with me. A ring guy. He found I was trying to obtain the bungee. Not for his tribe, but for myself.
We'll pick that boy up in a hurry, Vance. Is there anything we can do for you, Mr. Peters?
For me, sir, nothing. This is not quite my idea of the way I should prefer to die. So near to a fabulous fortune. So very near. But fate has made a decision. And I shall abide by it, gentlemen. Yes, I shall abide.
He's gone, Markham. Yes. I believe you can charge Mr. Jasper here with murder.
I? Well, you know I didn't kill him. He told you that. I heard him. You don't believe I killed him, do you? You can't.
I didn't say you killed him, Mr. Jasper. I said you could be charged with murder. You see, I've known all along you killed Enid Carter.
Look, Vance, if you think I'm going to ask you a single question, you're nuts.
Very well, Sergeant Heath. Suppose we leave it at that.
Wait a minute. Just 1 minute and maybe one question. How did you know Jasper killed that Miss Carter?
Well, Heath, I'll tell you. To begin with, he knew the weight of that statue, the bungee. Knowing it, he knew it wasn't copper, but gold. And as such, worth a fortune.
That still don't tell me where Miss Carter comes in, or that Peters guy and his stooge either, or Abbott.
They all come in together, Heath. They all wanted the bungee. Miss Carter wanted it so much that the night of her death, she came to the museum to make a deal with Jasper to steal it. But apparently she came into the museum while Mr. Jasper was trying to do that very thing for himself, and she caught him at it.
Yeah, but Peters and the native were there, too.
That's right. But fortunately for them, they hadn't gotten into the room where the bungee was kept. They were in another room when they heard shots. A policeman came tearing in, discovered the body, and they couldn't get out until the next day. You see, they were hiding in the museum.
Yeah, but if they couldn't get out, how could the murderer?
He couldn't either. That's how I knew it was Jasper. His living quarters were upstairs. He got up there in time to be presumably awakened by the police.
And Abbott, the art dealer?
Completely innocent, although he was working for Peters. And Peters had threatened his life if Abbott revealed Peters' identity to us. That accounts for his attitude while we were questioning him earlier today.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, Vance, I promised you I wouldn't ask any questions, and I bet I asked a million, huh?
It's all right, Heath. I enjoyed answering them. I like to make statements, you see. Statements such as, "This is the end of the Idol murder case."
Calling all detectives. A man confesses to a series of murders, none of which have taken place. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. About once a year, somebody asks me, Jerry Browning, private detective, whether there's any such thing as a criminal type. The answer is no, there isn't. But I was in the office of Lieutenant Dawson of the Homicide Squad. I was watching the police teletypewriter giving a practically blow-by-blow account of how a bank robber was being captured in a small upstate railroad depot. I glanced up momentarily from the machine as an unassuming little man entered and sidled over to where Dawson was working at his desk.
Excuse me, Lieutenant, but I'm afraid I've done it again.
Dawson looked up, sighed.
Who'd you kill this time, Mr. Pruitt? Alexander McIntyre. He's president of the Inland Plastics Corporation.
Dawson nodded.
Pruitt, I told you the last time that... Oh, well, I'll check it again.
He picked up the phone, gave the operator some low-voiced instructions. After a little delay, he talked to somebody on the other end. And finally...
Pruitt, I just talked to Mr. McIntyre. He hasn't been shot and he never heard of you. Mr. Pruitt, this is your third confession to a murder that didn't take place. The next time you come in here, I'll have you committed to a mental institution. Now get out.
The last sentence on the teletypewriter report was the terse news that Red Stafford had surrendered, which meant that my worries about that case were over. I grabbed my hat, followed Pruitt outside. I caught up with him as he was leaving the building. Hey, Mr. Pruitt, wait a second. The little man turned.
Do I know you, sir?
Not yet you don't, but I think you will. You see, I believe you. I think you are a murderer. A man confessed to 3 murders that never took place, but I told him I thought he was a killer.
Well, the fact is, it was a mistake. The police...
I closed my hand over Pruitt's arm. What's the matter, Mr. Pruitt? A couple of minutes ago, you were anxious to be locked up.
You take your hands off me. I didn't kill anybody. I have delusions, but they pass away. I haven't done anything. Please, let me go.
Out of a corner of my eye, I saw Dawson approaching us. I let go of Pruitt, who darted away, but not before I'd called after him. Don't forget, Pruitt, I believe you. Dawson came over to me.
Jerry, what were you doing to that poor little guy? Don't you recognize a delusions case when you see it?
Sure I do, Dawson. And I know you checked each of his delusions just to be safe. All I was doing was making sure that if he had any ideas about really killing somebody, now he won't. I went on back to my office, filled out a report for the Banking Association on the capture of Red Stafford. But all the time I was thinking of Pruitt. Sure, there are people with delusions, but I have also heard of other people who use precisely that stunt as a build-up for very genuine crimes. Finally, I called up Dawson and asked him to give me a line on Pruitt. I learned that he was a night elevator operator and watchman for 544 Market Street, a big downtown office building. I went there the next morning, had a talk with the starter.
Pruitt, he's a nice guy, a little queer in the head like a lot of guys who have lonely night jobs, but he's okay.
On the directory board in the lobby, there were a dozen columns of tenants' names. Neither Inland Plastics Corporation nor Alexander McIntyre, Pruitt's most recent mythical victim, were listed as tenants of the building. Oh, that was interesting. As an indication that Pruitt was picking his imaginary corpses safely remote from where he worked. I called Dawson again, got the names of the victims in Pruitt's 2 previous confessions, an investments counselor and a steamship line official. Neither of them had their offices at 544 Market Street either. Since I didn't have another case, I checked on Pruitt thoroughly, even followed him for a couple of days. He lived alone in a nice 3-room apartment, had no strange friends. Later in the week, I got another case and gave up on Pruitt. A few weeks passed, and then one afternoon I ran into Dawson on the street.
Say, Jerry, thought you might like to know. Your friend, Pruitt, tried another phony confession yesterday. Claimed he'd stabbed John Markstone, the wholesale grocer. This time I did have him sent for mental examination.
Did a report come through?
Sure. They let him go. Said he's harmless. Now, I suppose I'll have to listen to his confessions as long as I'm on the force.
I thought about that. Yeah. And just so his victims stay alive and healthy, there isn't much you can do to the guy. Now he's in a nice spot.
What are you talking about, Jerry?
Dawson, I've got a hunch. And I'm going to see Mr. McIntyre at Inland Plastics.
Well, that's Pruitt's third confession, Jerry, not his latest one.
I know. That's why I'm going to McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre, I know you weren't acquainted with Pruitt at the time he claimed to have killed you, but have you met him since then? There was a short pause.
Well, yes, I have, Mr. Browning. He came up to see me to apologize.
Uh-huh. And what did you do about it? McIntyre looked uncomfortable.
Well, when a man has delusions, if you can remove the cause of his delusion, then you're certain it'll never take, well, a violent turn.
In other words, he extorted from you. Maybe he said it was for treatment, but actually as insurance so that he wouldn't really kill you at some future date. Isn't that it?
I'm afraid it is.
We rigged up a trap at the office of the fourth victim, the wholesale grocer. And when Pruitt told him,
I'm so sorry the police phoned and troubled you, sir. I suffer from these delusions. I feel I must kill. I feel I have killed you. Of course, you're alive. The police say I'm harmless. I know I'm not. If I could pay for treatment, rid myself of this obsession against your life, a couple of $1,000 would be enough.
It's more than enough, Pruitt. You're under arrest for extortion and intimidation. Yeah, it was a cute stunt indeed. A brand new extortion wrinkle. Pruitt wanted his victims phoned by the police and thoroughly frightened before he came calling with his apology and veiled threat. It worked 3 times so well that a jury paid tribute to Pruitt's cleverness by putting him out of circulation for 8 years. Like I said, there is no such thing as a criminal type. But most people who claim to be criminals have some larceny in them, someplace. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time an old Spanish woman who cared, a red-headed mink who didn't, and a green suede button beside a corpse. All led me to a wounded man with a gun in his hand, cornered on a warehouse roof. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Man on the Roof.
Look, he's bleeding. You got him the last time.
Yeah, there he goes. There he goes, Mooney, up there. The iron line leading to the rope. Let him have it. There he is. He's on the roof now. He made it, Lieutenant. He's on the roof. Should I go up the fire escape after him? No, he's got a gun, Mooney, and he's hit. Put in a call for tear gas launchers. We'll use them from the roof across the street. It'll take a half hour. He isn't going any place. Go ahead, Mooney. Okay, Lieutenant. Hey, here comes Marlowe. About time I want to talk to him. Mooney! On the rope. He's over the edge there. Fire, Mooney! Matthews, hold it. Mooney, don't shoot again. What are you talking about, Marlowe? He's a killer. He's armed and dangerous.
Listen to me.
What do you want us to do? Scold him and send him home without a supper?
Matthews, I'm going up after him.
No, you're not, Marlowe. Come here.
Let go of me, Matthews.
Listen, Marlowe, nobody goes up there. We're going to gas him out. Come on, Mooney. Call for launchers.
Matthews, Matthews, please, listen to me, will you?
Sure, why not? Tell me the whole story. We got nothing but time till they get here with the one.
Please, Matthews, quick, kid.
Nobody is kidding, Marlowe. That boy up there is a killer. Keep watching that roof, Becker. You make it curious. Well, Marlowe, this story you've got.
About 10 minutes ago,
At
Matthews.
the beginning, Marlowe. Go on, Phil.
I'm trying to.
We'll start at the front. I'm a sucker for detail. You got a half hour before the tear gas arrives.
Okay, Matthews, I'll start at the front and skip nothing.
Right.
I'll start where it started 4 hours ago at 5 o'clock this evening, some 15 miles from here on the outskirts of a little town of San Fernando. A telephone call from a woman whose voice had said that she was old and Spanish and very worried had brought me out to the place. A woman named Senora Andrade who told me that her only boy was heading for a lot of trouble and that I had to stop it. The Andrade home stood out like a thoroughbred alongside the milkman's horse in comparison to the other houses squatting on the sun-baked soil. The senora herself, at maybe 60 and in a cheap black cotton dress, a lace shawl and homemade slippers, was the tidiest person I'd ever seen. When she bowed from the waist in graceful greeting, I saw a single small ivory comb was the only thing holding a mass of long gray hair in one neat bundle.
Senor Marlowe, you will excuse me if I do not extend you the hospitality of my house, but Pedro... Pete, he likes to be named. He's already gone. There is no wasting time.
Of course. Pete, your son, Senora, huh?
And a good boy, Senor Marlowe. Here is a photograph of him. It is taken only a week ago on his 25th birthday.
Really?
He was so proud of that green jacket I made for him. It was suede and flashing, he said. Flashing like something the rich Mr. Alex Brucho would wear. He has it on every day since then, even today.
Alex Brucho. Who's that, Mrs. Andrade?
The senor who owns the warehouse for furs in Los Angeles.
Oh?
Number 12 Commercial Street. It's where my Pete worked until 2 days ago, when the trouble started.
Well, what happened, Senora?
It was during his lunchtime. He was eating from a meal I made for him like he always does, and talking to a stranger, how you say, senor, a man with no job all the time.
A bum, a hobo, a loafer?
Loafer, see. He was just telling me how he was telling him to find the railroad yards. That, senor, is where the trouble began. Oh, please, Senor Marlowe, you will have a chair there.
Oh, yes, thanks. Now, tell me, Senora, this trouble. Surely giving instructions to a loafer, as you say, didn't start it.
Oh, but it did. After the lunch hour, the foreman, Senor Connor, questioned Pedro about this loafer. And when my boy said that the man was only asking for the railroad yards, this Senor Connor said he was a liar, that Pedro was giving out information about the shipments of furs, that he was fired, discharged.
Just like that?
See, senor, after 2 years of good, hard work. You see, Senor Marlowe, Pedro tells me that Senor Alex Brucher has been having his shipments of furs stolen on the road.
Hijacked?
Hijacked. And it is this reason why Pedro is fired.
You want me to prove to Mr. Alex Brucher that Pete had nothing to do with this hijacking, huh? Get his job back, is that it?
No, senor. It is too late.
Why too late?
Pedro already went down there this morning to do that.
Oh.
He went and told Senor Connor, the foreman, that he had nothing to do with the hijack. And more. He told him, Senor Marlowe, that he was fired because of Helen Castile.
Who's that?
The pretty girl who for a short time now works in Senor Brucher's office.
Oh. Well, then I don't understand, Senora.
This Helen Castile and my boy are falling in love. But Senor Brucher also likes this girl.
Oh. What happened when Pete told this to Mr. Brucher?
He never did. Before he even got to speak to Senor Brucher, that devil man, Senor Connor, and some other men beat him. Cut his face, blood on his arms, his clothing torn. He came home just before I called to you. Almost dead, Senor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, how about now?
Now, Senor Marlowe, Pedro has gone back. Revenge in his heart. That is why you must stop him. Senor, you must bring him home before he kills. Before it is too late.
Take it easy.
No,
take it easy, Senora. Don't worry. I'm sure I can bring him back. Positive.
Oh, gracias, Senor.
It's all right.
Here, Senor, in this can. I have money. 19, maybe more dollars here. You take it.
No. Not yet, Mrs. Andrade. I don't think it'll cost that much. We'll see, huh? Goodbye, Senora. It was an hour's drive to the Brucher Fur Company warehouse on Commercial Street in downtown L.A. I started up a long cement ramp that led to a glass cage in a far corner of the warehouse marked office. It was just about the end of a working day. And when I was next to the door, let it enter, a bell someplace said that the end had arrived. You could tell the way everyone's spirits went up. Everyone except the girl inside, half leaning on a file cabinet. I figured she was Helen Castile until I got closer. The on-fire red hair and green eyes with hat and shoes to match could have gotten by. But the coat she wore was mink. So was the attitude. That would never take shorthand for $40 a week. Things just couldn't get that tough.
Hello. You look like you lost something.
Oh, is Helen still here? Helen Castile?
Gone to powder her nose. Maybe back before she leaves for the day. May not. I don't know.
Oh.
You a friend of hers?
No, Pete Andrade's.
Never heard of him. Got a light?
Oh.
Please.
Sure. Now, tell me, Miss...
Haynes. Corey Haynes. You?
Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. Miss Haynes, is Alex Brucher around?
Home packing is going out of town. He does every other week. Important business?
No, I just wanted to chat with him a while.
Oh, Connor, is Alice's car gassed and ready for me?
Yeah, it's ready. It's ready, Miss Haynes. Here are the keys.
Thank you. And, Connor, please, stop wishing I were dead, will you? I can feel it, and it gives me the creeps.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Haynes, but, well, maybe we won't be seeing so much of one another so soon.
If you mean Helen Castile, Connor, she's a great secretary, period.
Yeah, sure. Now you, Mr.
Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe.
I'm a friend of Pete Andrade's.
You just said enough, mister. Almost too much.
Oh, wait a minute, Connor.
What for? A lot of hot air? Listen, Marlowe, we've been running into all kinds of trouble around here. Hijacking, short shipments, misdirected cargoes, the works.
So?
So it all adds up to somebody on the inside helping somebody on the outside, and that ain't good. Now, take my advice, brother. Get your long nose out of this place and keep it out if you don't want it bent.
It's the phone, Connor. If you lift it up, it'll stop that noise.
Very funny. Hello. Oh, hello, Mr. Brucher. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I got it.
Charming fella, isn't he?
You'll be down here in a couple hours, and I'm to wait. Check. Check, Mr. Brucher. Goodbye.
His master's voice.
Very funny again. You'd better let me have the keys back, Miss Haynes. The boss isn't going out of town after all. He'll probably want his car.
And I'll probably give it to him myself after I've run a few errands I have in mind. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe. I hope we meet again in more pleasant surroundings.
You two go to rival schools, Connor?
Get out of here, Marlowe. Get out before you get the same treatment your friend Pete Andrade got.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. You wouldn't do that to me, Connor. I'm not in love with Helen Castile. That goes for you, too, in spades.
Hey, you, Mr. Marlowe.
What?
Over here behind the crates. I don't want Connor to see us. I'm Helen Castile.
How do you know who I am?
There's an intercom phone in the office you just left.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I knew Pete was in some trouble. I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. Mr. Marlowe, what they've done to him is terrible. How do you know about it? Did Pete come to you?
No, his mother hired me. I'm a private detective, which, Helen brings up a sharp point. Are you sure you're not playing both sides, baby?
Well, you...
All right, save it. That's all I wanted to know.
Well, you want... You mean you just said that to see how I'd act?
Well, I had to be sure. After all, you're still working for Alex Brucher.
Not anymore. I only stayed on before this because I didn't want Pete to be fired.
Shh. Hold it. I think we've got company.
It could be rats. There's some around.
Yeah, with and without brass knucks. Now, listen, honey, for everybody's good, I don't want Pete mixing with Alex Brucher. Now, before you get out of here, tell me fast, where does the boss live?
41 West Adams Boulevard.
41 West. Okay, now go. I'll cover you till you clear the place. Go on.
All right, my car's across the street. If you need any help later, Mr.
Get
Marlowe...
going. That rat may have friends.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Helen got to the front gate, out into her car, and away without anybody bothering her. And a couple of minutes later, I covered the same smooth course, and I was beginning to believe that the rats were just that, except that when I was in behind the wheel of my coupe and heading for Adams Boulevard, I picked up a pair of headlights in my rear-view mirror, which for the next 40 minutes have zigzagged, stuck like they were painted there. But finally, a traffic jam gave me all the brake I needed. And a sharp right turn, followed by a lot of speed, left me free and once again on my way to West Adams Boulevard. The place was turn-of-the-century stone block mansion, but the rest of the neighborhood had gone slumming a long time ago. I was about to try the knocker when I noticed a thin slice of pale light that said the front door wasn't closed all the way. I started in, edging toward the sick light that came from a single lamp in what used to be called the library. And then suddenly I saw him. A man in a smoking jacket, lavishly monogrammed A.B., his face beaten raw, his clothing almost shredded, blood clotted thick on the back of his head. He was dead in the corner of the room. Next to the body was a heavy marble lamp base, also bloody. Inches from that, I found something that might as well have been Pete Andrade's calling card. A button made of green suede. I had it in my pocket just before the company spoke up.
Don't go for your gun, Marlowe. That'll leave us even. So the kid finally made it, huh?
Maybe. Maybe I did it, Connor.
Nuts. You just came in, I know. I was waiting outside. When the jerk I had on your trail lost you, I figured I'd better leave the office, but quick. I figured right. But tell me, Marlowe, just so I score 100%, what's your angle?
The Andrade kid's mother. If a private detective was working for her, she was afraid of this.
Oh, no. Stop. The sentiment's killing me.
I wish something would. Now let's call the police.
Not so fast.
What do you mean?
I've already got the rest of my figuring done. About now, the kid should be at his girlfriend Helen's flat. I know where it is, and that's where I'm going. You see, Marlowe, I want to be a hero. I want to bring the kid in. Understand?
Oh, sure. Real easy. You want to bring him in dead. That way nobody even mentions the beating you gave him on Brooch's orders. Because he wouldn't stay away from Helen. That way you're clean.
Exactly. Clean as a whistle. Except for you and your big mouth. Now stand still, Peeper. I want to whisper something in your ear.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, you're going to think the laughter of April Fool's Day came late when you listen to CBS this Wednesday night, for it's going to be one of the craziest, merriest, maddest nights of entertainment you've ever heard. Bing Crosby will be playing host to Arthur Godfrey and Perry Como. And even though lots of singing is promised from all three, who knows what's going to happen when the gags start flying? Groucho Marx and Burns and Allen will also be on hand with their famous fun shows this Wednesday. These great stars will be here on most of these same CBS stations. Burns and Allen, Groucho Marx, and Arthur Godfrey and Perry Como as Bing Crosby's guests. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Man on the Roof.
Connor started toward me with a .38 wrapped in his thick fist. I figured I better do something about him and do it fast. I waited until he walked around Brooch's body on the floor, and it was out of his line of vision, and I pointed at it.
Connor, look, he's moving.
What's that?
Hey! An old trick sucker. Now let's throw your gun out of the conversation. We'll start over. Come on, get up.
Get your hands off. Get them off, you crummy.
Look, Eddie, I'm going to get an answer out of you one way or another. Make it easy on yourself. Now get up. I said get up.
Oh. All right, White. You win this round.
That's better.
What do you want to know?
Helen Castile's address.
She's got her room. Number 4, 3200 Crenshaw.
Hey! So long, muscles. I knew there wasn't much more I could do for a desperate hothead named Pete Andrade. He'd already done too much for himself in the wrong direction. I drove down Adams until I'd cooled off enough to call the police. And I stopped at a phone booth and gave Homicide a fast rundown on Alex Brooch's murder. But I hung up before they could ask me Senora Andrade's address in San Fernando or Helen Castile's place on Crenshaw. Because there were two women I wanted to talk to alone before the police moved in. After that, I drove out to Crenshaw and found the number 3200. Room 4 was at the far end of a half-lit hall. And there were voices inside. One was Helen's. The other was Pete Andrade. I reached for my gun.
I went out of my head, Helen. I must have hit him 9 or 10 times, hard.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. I've got to think.
It's a little late for thinking, Pete.
Who are you?
He's a private detective.
Yeah, I'm working for your mother. I was, up until I left Brooch's place. He's dead, Pete.
Oh, Pete.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to kill him. But I'm not sorry.
I want you to come along with me, Pete. Quietly. Turn yourself in.
No.
Hey,
Pete!
Helen, get away from me. Stop it. You little...
You got
move, Marlowe. Don't move or I'll shoot.
You crazy
I
fools.
knew you wouldn't shoot me, Marlowe.
Next time you'll be surprised.
There won't be a next time. We're going to get away. It's our only chance now.
You haven't got a chance if you run. You'll be dogged every minute of your short lives. You'll wind up full of bullets in the dark. You'll be running down a blind alley, and it starts right there with that door. Don't be suckers.
Shut up. We're going to try it, Marlowe.
And we'll make it. We've got to have money, Pete.
Yeah, and I know where to get it, too. Brewster always kept plenty of petty cash in the office at the warehouse. I'll take that.
What about the watchman, Pete? Are you going to keep on killing?
Pete, listen. You can get in quietly with Butcher's keys. Corey Haynes has them. The office keys are on the same ring as the car keys. She always borrows them when she uses his car, and she's got it tonight.
Well, I'll get them from her. Where does she live?
Out on Orange Drive. 210, I think.
Will you listen to me a minute? You're heading for the original dead end, both of you. Why don't you give yourselves a break?
Now, what do you call a break, Marlowe? Pete rotting in some prison until we're both too old to care? I'd rather have the bullet.
Let's get him out of here. That closet will do. Go on, Marlowe, inside. Move!
Sure. What are you waiting for? Go on, close it.
I know what you tried to do for my mother, Marlowe, and for Helen and me. I'm sorry it couldn't work out. Thanks anyway.
Nuts.
I'm leaving, Helen.
I'm ready.
You're not coming. You're staying here.
What?
Marlowe was right. This is a blind alley, a dead end, and I won't take you in.
No, Pete, I'm going with you.
No, you're not. Stay back. I mean it.
Please.
Stay back, I say.
Helen, unlock this door. We still may be able to stop it.
I'm playing this my way now, Marlowe. You can stay where you are.
Helen, don't you understand? I'm on your side.
I'm going with him whether he wants me or not. So long, Marlowe.
Happy landings, baby. The lock on the closet door gave up before I did, but only because it was older by several years. I got out of the house and kept ahead of the speed limit all the way to Orange Drive and figured for what it was worth that I'd cut Pete's lead down to a scant 10 minutes. I parked in front of a Spud Nut coffee shop on the corner and walked down to 210. By the time I got within knocking distance of Corey Haynes' front door, I could see that the only light in the place was spilling out of the sunken double garage that housed the new gray Nash. But when I moved closer, I knew that 10 minutes was all that Pete Andrade had needed. Corey was sprawled out on the grease-spattered concrete floor and very still. Very still. And standing limply against the wall was Helen Castile, staring down at the redhead with a pair of hopeless eyes that seemed already half dead. As I walked down the ramp, she heard me and looked up.
I knew you'd get here. I don't care now.
We're both late, is that it?
Yeah. I didn't see him. He was already gone when I got here. I found her like that.
Then he must have gotten the keys.
Yes, from her purse. That's it over there.
Uh-huh. Why didn't you follow him? You knew where he was heading.
I couldn't. When I saw her there, I just couldn't because I think she's dead, too.
No. She isn't dead.
You mean she's just out?
Yeah. A long way out, but not dead. From the looks of things, she must have put up quite a scrap. Maybe she... Wait a minute.
What?
There's something screwy here.
Oh, Miss Corey! Miss Corey, what happened?
Who are you?
Miss Corey's maid. What's happened to her?
She's unconscious.
Oh, this is terrible. She knew there was going to be trouble. I swear she did. Miss Corey, honey, speak.
How do you know that?
Because she was worried. She told me 4 or 5 times she was going to stay in all evening, like she was expecting somebody.
Sure. It figures all the way. Look here. Are you sure this is her purse?
Certainly is. Was she robbed?
Not exactly, but... Oh, yeah. This clinches it. Now, look, call an ambulance right away. Get Corey into a hospital and hurry.
Oh, yes, sir.
Helen, you stay here with her. Don't leave, understand? I'll see you. And that's it, Matthews. That's why I broke a few speed laws getting from Corey's garage down here to the warehouse. Because I had to find Pete and tell him before it was too late.
I'm still not sure you made it, Marlowe.
Look, this was dropped near Bruch's body. I just saw the mate to it in Corey Haynes' garage.
Look, that's not conclusive.
No, but these are. The papers I pulled out of her purse. Take a look at them. Go ahead. One glance will tell you where they came from and why. You get it, don't you, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I get it. Certainly I get it. What a rotten setup.
Well, then you got to let me go up that fire escape and talk to him. He'll listen to me, Matthews. I know he will.
I told you once before, Phil, he's been hit and he's cornered up there. It's driven him haywire. It'll probably blow the top of your head off, but... Go ahead. Go on up and try it. I'll pass the word.
Walked across the street and started up the fire escape. I knew Pete Andrade from someplace in the shadows on the roof was watching me, every inch of the way. But I climbed up to the 4th floor before I spotted him. His head inched out over the ledge. I own 38 in his hand. I went on to the 5th floor and it started up the ladder to the roof when it came.
Stop there. That's close enough.
It's Marlowe, Pete.
I know. That's the only reason you got this far. You got lots of nerve, Marlowe.
Pete! I didn't bring a gun. Because I just came to ask you a question. Nothing else.
Question?
Yeah. A big one. Did you use anything on Brucia except your fist, Pete?
No. Why? What's the difference?
Plenty. I don't think you killed Brucia.
What? This a trick?
No, look, Pete, no trick. Look at this. I found this green suede button near Brucia's body. I thought it came from your jacket, but it didn't. It was torn from a pair of green suede shoes that Corey Haynes had on tonight.
Corey Haynes? I don't get you.
It means, first, she's a liar. That she saw Brucia tonight. It means she got there after you did. Probably found him unconscious where you'd left him and finished the job with a heavy marble lamp base.
You're crazy. This is a trick. Why would she kill him? They were going together.
They had been. Until Brucia got interested in Helen.
Yeah?
After that, Corey was on the way out, and she knew it. She decided to get all she could out of him while she had the chance.
Go on.
Every time she borrowed his car, she used the keys to get into the office, steal information out of the files, and sell it. She was the informer.
That theme.
I'm coming up, Pete.
How do you know all this?
I found some papers to prove it in her purse. She was in a tough spot when Brucia changed his mind about leaving town tonight.
Yeah?
She had to get the papers back in the files or Brucia would discover they were missing. But Connor staying in the office prevented it. So she was trapped.
I see.
When she saw a chance to kill Brucia and have you blamed for it, she grabbed at it. Are you convinced, kid?
I almost shot you, Marlowe. Why did you take such a risk and climb up here?
Because your mother has some ideas that I wouldn't like to see her lose, Pete. Also, I wanted my gun back. Well, do I get it?
Yeah. You bet. Here. And thanks, Marlowe. I feel so good now. I guess I can.
I know just how you feel, kid. I don't climb fire escapes like this every night. Believe me. It was a long, long time before all the scattered reports were in. Before the doctor in the prison ward had said that Pete would be okay, and before Corey Haynes had put a wobbly signature to a full confession of murder. And still another hour went by as I drove out across the wide, flat valley to San Fernando, where the profile of the hills in the east had already begun to show against the gray dawn rising behind them. When I stopped in front of the little house and went up to the door, Senora Andrade was there on the porch. She'd waited all night. Her expression didn't change when I told her all that had happened. Didn't change, actually, until I was finally ready to leave. Then she put out her hand and took my arm. The lines of worry in her face softened.
Senor Marlowe, last night I had but one son. Now this morning I have two. In my heart you will always have a home. I am grateful. Gracias.
She was most welcome.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced, directed, and transcribed by Norman MacDonald, and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore may currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast tonight were Virginia Gregg, Jack Edwards, Lillian Byaff, Doris Singleton, and Jack Crucian. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a platinum wristwatch, a body on a lonely strip of beach, and a case of heart failure in a Beverly Hills garage. All added up to blackmail, 25 years old, and a killer who would never be caught.
CBS invites you to hear one of the great ad-libbers in show business, Groucho Marx, every Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. Groucho's show, You Bet Your Life, finds the master throwing quips and questions at oddly assorted pairs of contestants. And it's fast, merry, and bright. So, remember, be listening this Wednesday, won't you? When disaster strikes, the Red Cross is on the spot to give relief in the emergency. But its work does not end when the wind dies down, the fire is out, or the flood recedes. It goes on in many different ways, helping to restore people to their normal way of living. The Red Cross is a great humanitarian service in which you have a very direct part, because the funds which are used are the contributions which you make to the Red Cross, and they are funds used in a common-sense program that ensures the most good for the most people. Red Cross Disaster Relief and Rehabilitation is one of the great reasons why we must keep our Red Cross ready. All may help. Give now to the 1950 Red Cross Fund. Remember, whatever you gave before, this year, add a quarter more. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Commencing Sunday, November 5th, Counterspy reports to the American people will be brought to you on Sundays. Consult your local newspaper for the exact time. Tonight, the case of the Carbon Consul.
Oh, come on, Horace. Must you walk so slowly?
Lydia, this African sun's the hottest I've been under during the whole world cruise. I'm not going to run in it.
Well, we'll never see the native quarter at this rate.
I didn't want to see it in the first place.
You never want to see anything except the bottom of a highball glass.
Well, what's so wonderful about this section? It's dirty, hot, and the natives aren't exactly smiling at us.
Oh, you're just imagining things. Besides, this is atmosphere.
So I smell. I still think... Watch where you're going.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't look where I was going.
And doesn't the white lady have eyes?
Well, I was just...
Or perhaps the walks of my native Sebastian are not wide enough. I should step in the streets to allow the grand lady to pass. Look, my wife apologized. How gracious to a poor, humble native that the American should demean himself so.
Well, I never...
Come on, Lydia, let's get out of here.
Yes, please. This is our land. Africa for the Africans.
Well, I never. Horace, Horace, are you going to let him get...
Quiet and keep walking. I told you the natives weren't really smiling.
But it was just an accident.
Yeah, that fellow was looking for trouble. See, he's got a crowd around him, Lydia. He's haranguing them.
Oh, he's pointing at us.
Come on, Lydia. We'll get to the American consulate.
Horace, they're coming after us.
Watch out, Lydia. They're going to throw things.
Horace! Oh! My dress!
Come on, Lydia. This way. Run! Just the way it was, Mr. Burton. The whole thing started from Mrs. Walters bumping into the native.
I see.
And then the brute started shouting at me as though I'd attacked him. I was never so frightened in my life. I still haven't got my dress back. And this dress...
I'll see that restitution is made for the damage, Mrs. Walters.
The devil with that man. You're the American consul here in this heaven-forsaken country. Can't you see that American citizens are afforded some protection?
We do our best, Mr. Walters.
If we hadn't reached the consulate grounds, we might have been killed.
Mr. Walters, I'll enter a formal protest to the government of Tabascoland.
All right, and by gosh, you tell them that if they can't keep law and order here, we'll come over and do it for them.
I know how you feel. Mrs. Walters, I'll want you to dictate a formal statement of what happened to my secretary.
I certainly will, and I remember everything. You ready, Mr. Burton? She's one of them.
Mrs. Walters, please. Orissa, there's been another anti-American outbreak. Mr. and Mrs. Walters here were the targets of it. I want you to take down their statement of the incident.
Yes, Mr. Burton.
Make several copies. I'll want one each for the authorities here, President Dinard and Police Chief Monaca. And, of course, be sure to send a copy to the African desk of the State Department, Washington. They may want to take drastic action.
If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please report to Mr. Harding immediately? If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please...
Hello, Mr. Harding. I didn't think you'd gotten back from the State Department so quickly.
Everything happens quickly these days, Peter.
More trouble overseas?
Yes.
Asia?
This time, Africa. But it's all part of the same picture. Tabascoland, one of the few non-colonial countries on that continent.
Oh, yes. The papers yesterday. Anti-American riots.
Yes. Bad for us.
Is the State Department going to take any action, Chief?
Well, they may have to eventually. But first, they want to get a better picture of what's happening in that country.
So?
So, Peters, I want you to go through the personnel records of all our counter-spy agents. Extract the records of all our Negro agents. Get them here as soon as possible.
Okay, Chief.
We've got to work fast. The State Department wants to find out whether this anti-American feeling is foreign-inspired before they're forced to make any more protests to the government of Tabascoland. President Dinard, my country has asked me as consul to hand you, as head of the government of Tabascoland, this note, formally protesting the treatment of our nationals in your country.
I accept the note, Mr. Burton, with regret, and assure you that we will do all in our power to apprehend and punish the instigators of this disorder.
And now, Mr. President, may I presume to be less formal?
Yes, of course, Mr. Burton.
And unofficial?
Yes.
While awaiting your arrival, I've been talking to your state police chief, Monaca, here. He has some interesting ideas.
I'm sure he has.
I have only tried to be helpful, Mr. President.
I see, Monaca. Now, these interesting ideas, what are they?
I prefer that you hear them from the lips of Mr. Burton. He may give them more weight than a mere police official can.
Your Majesty is most unusual, Monaca. Go on, Mr. Burton.
Well, as your chief explains it, Mr. President, the main difficulty of law enforcement here is one of
Tools. Weapons, you mean? Yes, Mr. President. I can hardly agree, Monaka. It was one man who incited this riot. Surely, if you find him, it will take no more than one weapon to arrest him. Admitted, Mr. President, but one man is but a single grain in the sands of unrest that surround us. Had I weapons, an efficient police force, I would soon quell this anti-Americanism in our country. The force quells nothing. Or do you agree with my chief, Mr. Burton?
Well, after all, when I came here to take up my consular post a year ago, I was kidnapped, held for 5 hours by insurgents.
Yes, that is a painful reminder, Mr. Burton.
It might well have developed into a serious international incident if it hadn't been for my prompt liberation by Chief Monaka here and his officers.
I know that, Mr. Burton, and I was grateful to you for minimizing the affair to your government.
Then why not listen to Mr. Burton's advice now?
You both urge me to request the United States government to send us arms and possibly even advisors to help us administer the internal security of Tabasuland. Is that it?
Exactly, Mr. President. Do that, and we will be able to cope with any disorders that arise, no matter how grave they may be.
I'm afraid I must still disagree with you, gentlemen. But I am well aware that there is much discontent in the country, and that in some manner that discontent has been channeled against America, Mr. Burton.
In that case, why
importing American arms and advisors would do nothing but crystallize the unrest, put your country in the light of an invader. No, Mr. Burton, before I take any such step, I want to discover the reason for this sudden upsurge, this hatred many of my people have for all that is American. If you or your government can assist us in this, I will gladly accept your help. That, Mr. Burton, you can report to Washington.
This way, Carter.
Right behind you, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Harding, this is Agent Lincoln Carter. How do you do, Carter?
Hello, Mr. Harding.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Will you want me to? No, Peters. I'd rather have you set about arranging the details of Carter's transportation, if you will. I'll get right on it, Mr. Harding.
Doesn't sound as though I'm going to be in Washington very long, Mr. Harding.
No, you won't be, Carter. Not if you're the right man for this job we have.
I hope I am, sir.
Now, let's see. According to your personnel record, you went to Howard University, got a B.A. and M.A. there.
That's right.
Then you did postgraduate work at Columbia, earning the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, huh?
Yes, sir.
Your thesis for your doctorate was on African languages and dialects. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Harding.
You, speak these various dialects?
Many of them. The study of African culture and history has been sort of a hobby with me.
Oh?
Something like a Mayflower descendant tracing his antecedents.
I see. Well, tell me, do you know much about the country of Tabasuland?
If it doesn't sound too immodest, quite a bit. As one of the few Negro republics outside of Liberia, I've naturally been interested in it.
Yes, so is the State Department.
Yes, I know. I've been reading in the papers about the recent outbreaks of anti-Americanism there.
You have any opinions on that?
Well, frankly, I've been puzzled. The history of that country has always oriented it toward America. We've helped and aided her in many ways. Why this sudden outburst should occur is beyond me.
Now, come over here, Carter. Take a look at this map. Let's consider the question from the viewpoint of geography.
What do you mean?
Well, Tabasuland could be the eastern doorway to Africa. A foothold there, and any power from the east could gradually spread throughout the entire continent.
Oh, you think Russia
Now,
might...
thinking is unimportant. It's knowledge that counts. But if the State Department's suspicions are true, it means a reformulation of our policy in that area of the world.
I can understand that, sir.
And it's going to be up to you, Carter, to find out if those suspicions are true.
The job you were speaking of.
Yes. Now, you'll work undercover among the citizens of Tobasso Land. I want you to find out and report where this anti-American feeling is arising from, and whether it's being provoked deliberately.
I see, sir.
Now, because of the nature of communications in the country, you'll have to transmit your reports by diplomatic pouch.
Through the consul there?
Yes, that's right. He'll be notified to allow you the use of the pouch.
Well, what about identification? Will I carry any with me?
No, except for one simple device to establish your first contact with the consul.
What will that be, sir?
This pencil. Now, wait. I'll break it. There. You take this half.
Right, sir.
I'll see that our consul in Tobasso Land gets the other half. When you present the matching half, that will be your identification.
Then I take it I'm not to report to the consul immediately.
No. In fact, don't get in touch with him until you've compiled as complete a report as you can on the situation.
Yes, sir.
Frankly, Carter, if what we suspect is true, your usefulness will be very short-lived after that first report, because the other side has espionage agents as well.
I understand, Mr. Harding.
Now, I know I don't have to stress the importance of this mission to you, Carter, so good luck. And remember, take no unnecessary chances. You may be facing a crafty and dangerous enemy.
You are listening to the case of the Carbon Consul on Counterspy. This Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's the big show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama, the best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday evening over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as the mistress of ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and a host of others. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show. Now, back to Counterspy.
Yes?
I would speak to the American consul.
Just like that. Do you think the American consul speaks to any native who walks in from the street?
He will speak with me, woman.
Indeed. Then in that case, what name shall I announce?
None.
None? You haven't even got a name?
No one much less tongue than you have. Take this to your master, woman. He will see me at once.
A stub of a pencil. Hardly an impressive introduction.
Must I beg you to take it in?
I'll want one each for the authorities here, President Dinard and Police Chief Monaca. And, of course, be sure to send a copy to the African desk of the State Department, Washington. They may want to take drastic action.
If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please report to Mr. Harding immediately? If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please...
Hello, Mr. Harding. I didn't think you'd gotten back from the State Department so quickly.
Everything happens quickly these days, Peters.
More trouble overseas?
Yes.
Asia?
This time, Africa. But it's all part of the same picture. Tobasso Land, one of the few non-colonial countries on that continent.
Oh, yes. The papers yesterday. Anti-American riots.
Yeah. Bad for us.
Is the State Department going to take any action, Chief?
Well, they may have to eventually. But first, they want to get a better picture of what's happening in that country.
So?
You, of course, are free to read the report, Mr. Burton.
Thank you. I shall.
You rang, Mr. Burton?
Yes. Bring in the diplomatic pouch, please.
Yes, Mr. Burton.
Now, Mr. Carter, is there any other way I can be of assistance to your mission?
At the moment, no.
Well, suppose I have occasion to get in touch with you.
You shouldn't have, but if you do, I'm staying at a small shack, number 13 Garden Alley.
The pouch, Mr. Burton.
Oh, thank you, Rissa. Rissa, in the future, when this gentleman calls, he's to be admitted immediately.
Yes, Mr. Burton. I'll make certain he's admitted in the future.
That is, if I come anymore.
Don't tell me your first call is to be your last.
It may well be, Mr. Burton. It may well be.
Hello. It is Police Chief Monaco who speaks. Oh, yes. I see. He knows much? Bad. What? You know where he is. Excellent. The address? 13 Garden Alley. It will be taken care of immediately. Goodbye. Bernarda.
Yes, Chief Monaco.
There is work for you.
More Americans arriving in our land?
Yes.
It will be simple. Each successive riot becomes easier to incite. I only hope they are as apt targets as those Walters tourists were.
This is not work for a sharp tongue, but a sharp blade.
Blade?
Yes. This American is no tourist, but a spy, and of our color.
Oh?
He must die. There will undoubtedly be a great uproar on his death. So it will be best if you take to the jungles after the job is done.
Yes, Malaka.
I will get word to you when it is safe to return.
As you say.
Now take your blade and call on the man. His address is 13 Garden Alley.
Kerosene lamps. There. Only... Well, I brought only 2 feet in with me. Yet I see 2 more peeking from beneath that curtain. Very tiny feet, too. I suggest the owner of them come out before I put a bullet through that curtain. Marissa, such a pleasure and a surprise. Seems I won't need my gun after all.
Hardly.
Come a little closer to the lamp, please. The flickering kerosene light scarcely does you justice. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Curiosity.
A woman has much of that still. You were expecting somebody?
No.
Well, I certainly wasn't. We shall see.
You've got the knife! Watch out! Cut your heart out! The lamp is falling! Let go! The floor! The curtain!
What the devil? Orissa?
Mr. Burton, that man who called on you today.
What about him? What are you doing here at this time of night?
I passed the place where he was staying. His shack is in flames. The whole native quarter is going up. I thought...
You thought right, girl. Come in.
I didn't know whether or not...
Call Chief Monaco. Tell him about the fire. Say I'll meet him there and explain everything. This may have grave international repercussions. Monaco.
Mr. Burton.
What happened? Orissa said there was a fire, but the whole block burned to the ground.
Our native quarters do not resist fire very well.
An obvious statement.
Fortunately, we have it under control now.
The drums, the chanting, what are they for?
To appease the fire gods. Many of my countrymen still place their faith in the ancient customs of their fathers. I myself prefer water to fight fire.
Well, at the moment, the drums are useful. I think we can talk safely under their cover.
We can, Burton. And we have nothing to fear.
The Counterspy agent is dead?
Yes. We recovered his body. Bernarda's knife deep in his heart.
You have a most efficient sergeant, Monaca.
Your country, and I don't mean America,
Naturally.
will pay well for this, I hope.
Extremely well.
What about the report you told me about over the telephone? Will that reach the Counterspy chief?
I shall see that it does. But it will be my version of what's happening in this country, not his agent.
Good.
And that, coupled with the death of this agent, will force President Denard to request American arms and men. And that should provide you with a revolutionary situation that you can exploit to the utmost.
And I shall, Mr. Burton. As long as you continue to make it worth my while.
I'll continue. With good fortune and a little effort, we may be able to turn this incident into a long and costly guerrilla war involving the great United States.
Mr. Burton?
Oh, Orissa, I'm glad you waited here.
The fire. Was anyone...
His body was found in the shack. The man who was here.
Oh.
Get a pencil and paper, please. I want to dictate a cablegram immediately. The address is Mr. David Harding, Counterspy Headquarters, Washington, D.C.
Mr. Harding. Mr. Harding.
Oh, you made good time, Peter. Did you get all the material?
Here it is in this envelope, Chief. The complete personnel records of all employees at our Tabassalan consular office.
Good. Now, I don't know how long I'll be gone, so you take over from me here.
Right, Chief.
If anything urgent comes up, get in touch with me through the consulate.
All right, sir. And good luck. I hope you manage to make someone pay for Carter's death.
I intend to, Peter.
So long, Chief.
Mr. Harding?
Yes, that's right. Mr. Burton?
Yes, sir. I have a car right over here.
Good.
We'll go direct to my office, unless you'd rather pay your respects to the Foreign Office of Tabassalan first.
No, Mr. Burton, your office first. I want to interview all the employees there before taking any other action.
And this, Mr. Harding, is the only employee left to interview. My personal secretary, Orissa.
How do you do, miss? You be seated.
Thank you.
I imagine you want this to be private.
If you don't mind, Mr. Burton.
Not at all, Mr. Harding. I'll be outside if you want.
Now, Miss Orissa, let's talk about how you were so opportunely on hand for the fire that killed our counterspy agent, Mr. Carter. Mr. Burton.
Yes?
I've finished here. I wonder if you could arrange an audience for me with the president and the police chief of Tabassalan.
Right away, Mr. Harding. Will you want me there?
Yes, Mr. Burton. I definitely want you there.
Mr. Harding, I can only express my deep regret at the death of your man. It will only add more fuel to the strain between our two countries.
Perhaps not, Mr. President.
Oh?
You're aware of what Mr. Carter's mission here was.
To investigate the rise of feeling against the United States among my countrymen.
Yes, that's right.
Had he made any reports to you before this tragedy?
One, which I read just this morning.
May we inquire as to his findings, Mr. Harding?
Of course, Chief Monaga. He reported that the hatred of the United States arose out of local circumstances, that there was no outside provocation, and recommended that the United States aid your country in dealing with this by sending weapons and advisors.
You see, Mr. President, it is as I and Mr. Burton have been saying.
I cannot believe it.
I know how you must feel, Mr. President, but when his conclusion is the same as ours, nothing remains for you but to take our advice.
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Burton.
What do you mean?
You see, the report I read was not written by my agent Carter.
What?
That's right, Chief Monaca.
Then who was it written by?
Mr. Burton, our eminent American consul.
Me?
That's right, Mr. Burton, and I've got 2 witnesses to that fact. All right, Orissa, come in and bring the gentleman with you.
Hello, Mr. Burton.
Carter.
That's right, Mr. Burton.
Mr. Harding, Burton's got a gun.
Look out, Chief. No, you don't. Carter, see about him.
He's out cold, Mr. Harding.
You attacked him, your own consul?
Yes, Mr. President, but he was not the real American consul.
I don't understand.
You remember, Mr. President, Burton was abducted briefly when he first arrived here.
Why, yes.
And rescued by your Chief Monaca.
Mr. Harding.
The game's up, Monaca. You're assisting another foreign power, the power whom the so-called Burton was spying for.
You sent that man to kill me, Chief Monaca. Orissa recognized him as Sergeant Bonata, a member of your own police force.
And when Carter killed him instead and the fire started, he decided to use that fact as a trap for you and Burton.
But how did Carter know Burton was on the other side?
Because Burton was the only one besides Orissa who knew Carter's address.
You'll never...
Stop him, Carter.
You're not getting away. Let go.
Well, you've got a nice right there, Carter. Mr. President, Monaca is a citizen of your country. I'm sure you'll know how to deal with him.
I will, Mr. Harding, but please, one more point.
Yes.
If Monaca and Burton were the instigators of the anti-Americanism, why did they keep insisting on my seeking your country's aid in suppressing that feeling?
Because they were aware, Mr. President, that once such a policy was started, we would have to keep sending more aid and more arms. It would have been another drain on America's might, and there's nothing the power he represented would like better than drain off our strength to weaken us for any major conflict that may eventually come. Well, this at least is one spot where they failed in that strategy, and we'll see that they fail again.
Tune in this Sunday, November 5th, and every Sunday thereafter for Counterspy. Please consult your newspaper for the exact time. Listen this Sunday for the exciting Case of the Mental Murderer.
The secret tip was correct. The hostile secret agents planned to destroy the sanity of a certain American. Who that man was and how we combated the scheme is the subject of our next report. Listen on Sunday to Case of the Mental Murderer on Counterspy.
Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Max B. Loeb, dramatized by Palma Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Counterspy is produced by Phillips H. Lord.
3 chimes mean good times on any.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
I don't understand this. Why do I have to get dressed up like a bobby socker and meet you in front of this candy store? Hey, are you going to buy me a soda, huh?
No, Patsy. You're going to sell magazine subscriptions.
Sell magazines? Why?
To find a pair of killers.
Ladies, in case you missed last week's broadcast, here's the news again. Old Dutch Cleanser's popular silverware offer is back. Now you can get 4 beautiful William A. Rogers A1 Plus quality teaspoons made and guaranteed by Oneida Limited in the lovely Croydon pattern. These teaspoons are pure silver plate, reinforced at 12 points, and have a retail value of $4 a dozen. But you can get 4 of them for just 60 cents and the windmill pictures from 2 Old Dutch labels. And then along with your William A. Rogers teaspoons, you'll get an illustrated folder telling how to build a complete silver service for your table, all at a marvelous bargain price. So send for your teaspoons now. Order as many units of 4 as you wish. Just be sure to enclose 2 windmill pictures and 60 cents in coin for each unit ordered. Mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. Price is subject to change without notice. And now, the case of the sunken dollar. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At 5 o'clock Monday afternoon, a heavy-set man and a pretty red-headed girl walk down the twisted streets near Maiden Lane and enter the musty shop of Jason Grange, one of the biggest coin dealers in the East.
Mr. Grange? Mr. Grange, y'all here in the store?
Just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute.
It's okay. We're the only ones here.
You clients give me a pain, that's what you do. A big stiff pain. Always coming in at closing time. Never give a man a chance to have dinner. Now, what is it, please? What is it?
Isn't it the most cunning man in the whole world?
Huh?
I declare, Daddy told me you were cute, but I never dreamed the famous Mr. Grange would be like this. I got half a mind to give you a great old hug and a kiss.
No, Miss, please.
I'm Sally Ann Mason. You can call me Sally.
Mason? Mason? You're related to Colonel Mason of Memphis?
I'm his daughter, Mr. Grange.
Great collector, Colonel Mason. One of the best. So you're his daughter. Well. What are you doing in town?
Daddy sent me up to buy a coin from you, Mr. Grange.
He did, eh? Well, think of that.
He wants to buy the 1804 silver dollar.
Well, I never thought he'd get around to it. Price is $10,000, you know.
Yes. I brought the cash with me.
Cash?
Yes. This is Mr. Brown from the bank. He was sweet enough to chaperone me around the city. Show Mr. Grange the money, Mr. Brown.
Got it right here, Mr. Grange, in 500s. But if you don't mind, I've got the responsibility for this little girl. Could I ask why the coin she's buying is supposed to be worth $10,000?
You're interested, eh? Of course. Wait, I'll take it out of the safe. You can see for yourself.
Good.
In the year 1804, 19,000 silver dollars were minted, but only 3 are in existence today.
Oh, how's that?
Well, the reason is that the coins were shipped north by boat from the mint. The boat was lost at sea.
Oh, that's
that
so.
makes the 1804 dollar one of the rarest American coins. And here it is.
I declare. Isn't it just too cunning for words? Okay, Louis.
Sure, Hazel.
What's this?
Well, Matty, I hope this is really urgent. You've interrupted 3 reports and a lab analysis with your hurry-up call.
Not to mention making me miss my dinner.
Nick, this is really a mess. Murder with a sordid trimming.
Oh?
Yeah. This is the body of Jason Grange, coin collector and dealer. Murdered about an hour ago. 3 bullets, dead center through the heart.
I see.
Well, what are the trimmings?
In the first place, Grange was shot with the craziest-looking bullets I ever saw.
Huh?
A medical examiner just extracted them. Here, take a look.
Conical slug with the point squared off. Huh?
Yeah, you know what it is?
Sure. The square-pointed 9mm Luger bullet, Matty. It's unusual in this country. What else?
Well, whoever murdered Jason Grange stole only 1 single coin.
What coin?
An antique silver dollar dated 1804, worth $10,000.
Oh, yes, the famous lost dollar. Most of them are supposed to have been lost by shipwreck. But how do you know the dollar was the only thing stolen, Matty?
Oh, we checked on that. Checked his stock against his inventory. The only thing we could find missing was that sunken dollar.
Sounds logical.
Mm-hmm. And here's another trimming. Before Grange died, he scrawled the numbers 1804 in blood on the floor. You see it?
Oh, yes.
Gets curiouser and curiouser.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yep, and this'll kill you. Under the counter, we found the corner of a $500 bill. Looks like it was torn off accidentally. Here.
This is very interesting. Happen to notice that the engraving is rather fuzzy, Matty?
You got quick eyes, Nick. Took me 10 minutes before I noticed.
What are you two talking about?
This is a piece of counterfeit money, Bessie.
Well, Nick, let's see you put it together.
Why did the killer only steal the $18.4 when he could have taken a fortune in money and rare coins? And how come the counterfeit 500?
There's just one answer, Matty. It was murder for advertisement.
Murder for what?
The killer or killers deliberately murdered Grange to advertise the theft of the $18.4.
Well, how do you figure that, Nick?
Well, in the first place, Grange didn't write 18.4 in blood. The killer did.
What?
Grange was killed with 3 bullets through the heart. He must have died instantly.
Oh.
He couldn't have written that date.
Why, sure. That's right.
The killer wants the world to know that the $18.4 was stolen. Why?
So he can sell it.
No, I don't think so. Don't overlook the counterfeit money, Patsy.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
The killer probably got Grange to show him the dollar by flashing phony money and pretending to be interested in buying.
But why?
If the killer can counterfeit modern money, he certainly can counterfeit an $18.4.
Holy smoke, Nick. You think he's going to counterfeit a whole pack of these sunken dollars?
I do. And with a theft well advertised, he can sell dozens at $10,000 each, pretending each one is the original stolen dollar.
Then what do? We got nothing to go on.
Oh, Matty, you've got plenty. That Luger bullet is a rare bullet. There aren't many dealers in this city who carry it.
No, you're right, Nick.
Then get your squad out. Check every dealer. Try to get a line on recent purchases.
Right. What about you?
I'm going back to the laboratory and do some research into the fine art of counterfeiting.
Nick?
Hmm?
Oh, it's past midnight. Aren't you ever going to quit?
I'm almost finished, Patsy.
What have you got?
Well, I've been through my counterfeiting samples about 20 times. I think I've eliminated all except 5 of them.
Oh, good.
Each of those 5 closely resemble the work on this note. Get our files on counterfeiters, will you?
Uh-huh. Ready.
First sample, Jerry Hall.
Jerry Hall. Jerry Hall, at present serving 20-year term in Atlanta.
That lets him out. Hal Moore.
Hal Moore. Dead. Killed in 45.
That gets us down to 3. Joe Mitchell.
Mitchell. Out on parole, working in Chicago.
Maybe Joe's gone back to the old racket. Larry Denby.
Alcatraz.
Peter Baker.
Baker. Peter Baker. At Lodge, this city. Last known address, 28 East 2nd.
And it's between Pete Baker and Joe Mitchell.
Uh-huh.
All right, we'll check Joe later. Maybe he's still in Chicago. Right now, we'll run down to 28 East 2nd and see what we can...
Oh, phone. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Patsy, this is Matty. Got a report from Nick.
Oh, just a minute. Nick, it's the sergeant.
Right. Yes, Matty?
Just finished the check on the Luger bullet, Nick. Only person who bought a 9mm slug in the past 6 months is a woman.
A woman?
Yeah. She bought it last week. Couldn't get anything much in the way of a description. She's a pretty redhead, that's all.
Huh. All right, Matty, thanks. Maybe I'll have something to report to you in an hour or so.
Yes, such as what?
I'll know as soon as I've spoken to Pete Baker.
What time is it, Louie? Louie, put down that magazine.
Huh? What'd you say?
What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Hey, Pete. Pete Baker.
Yeah?
How much longer, Grandpa?
Just a couple of minutes, Hazel.
Well, hurry it up.
You know, Hazel, you sound like a pretty cute kid when you put on that southern accent of yours.
Yeah? You mean you don't like me this way?
Oh, sure.
You better. Hey, Grandpa, I'm tired waiting.
All right. It's the first time I ever made molds for old-fashioned dough like this dollar. Yeah, you better do better with that than you did with them phony 500s we flashed on Grange. Thought the old boy was going to get wise. They were so bad.
You got a nerve. Talking like that to the best engraver and molder in the business.
Yeah, maybe
Okay. Just get those molds finished and
Just about finished now. Wait a minute. Aim to cast them silver dollars and sell them?
Yeah.
Worth much?
10 grand each, Grandpa. And it's safer than passing regular dough. If the guy that buys an $18.4 finds out it's a phony, he can't squawk. He's already bought stolen goods.
That's pretty smart. There we are. Beauties, ain't they? Best job ever done.
Let's see.
Won't be able to tell a coin cast from this mold from the real thing.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, wrap them up, Louis. Now let's get out of here.
Just a minute, folks. $5 grand is the price for making them molds. You don't take them unless you get paid.
He wants to be paid. Pay him, Louis.
Okay, Hazel.
This is 28-2nd, Patsy. Come on.
Uh-huh. Oh, I feel as though I'm walking in my sleep.
It's only a little after 1. We'll be finished soon.
Take a look at the sign on the door. It says this building's been condemned.
Yeah, so I see.
And we're out of luck, huh?
Not necessarily. Unfortunately, it's not unusual for people to have to live in a condemned building until it's actually torn down.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly be an ideal place for a hideout.
Well, let's see what we can find anyway.
Mm-hmm. Golly, it's dark as pitch in here.
Get my flashlight out. There, it's better.
Oh, Nick, this place looks deserted.
Maybe. This apartment's certainly empty.
So's this one. Oh, this is a wild goose chase, Nick.
Oh, wait, a couple of empty milk bottles outside that door down the hall.
Oh, they've probably been there for months.
Not so fast, Patsy. We can't afford to jump to conclusions. Let's take a look in that apartment anyway.
Okay. There's some furniture in here, Nick.
Oh, I see.
Nick, you smell that perfume? Somebody's been in here recently.
Yeah. The smell is too strong to be very old. Uh-oh.
Oh, Nick. Is that Peter Baker there on the floor?
Yes. And he's very dead.
In the glare of the flashlight, Chief Baker's body is outlined, sprawled on the cluttered floor. Swiftly, Nick inspects the dingy room. Having discovered Chief Baker's body on the floor of his room, Nick examines the dead man closely.
2 bullet wounds in the chest. Body still warm. Patsy, Baker was killed only a few minutes ago.
Nick, that perfume we smelled. Maybe the woman who wore that perfume killed him.
Possible. Wonder if there's anyone else living in this house who might have seen or heard anything.
Well, there's one way to find out, Nick.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find in here. While I do that, suppose you go through the building. Cover every apartment.
All right.
See if you can find anyone who heard shots about 5 minutes ago and what they did about it if they did.
Nick, I've been to every apartment in the building.
What did you find?
Nothing. They're all empty. You find anything?
I did. There was a woman in here with Baker. I found this long red hair.
Oh.
And I think there was a man with her.
Well, why do you think that?
Found the cigar butt under that chair. Probably where he sat. See all the cigar ashes on the floor there?
Yeah, but couldn't Baker have left it there?
No, I doubt that. Baker smoked a pipe. It's still there on the floor where he dropped it when he was shot.
Yeah. Nick, what do you think happened?
Baker must have been making a mold for them.
Uh-huh.
His blowtorch and crucibles and other apparatus are still warm.
Nick, could he have been making a mold of the $1804, do you suppose?
Very likely, the way this case ties together. And when he finished it, they killed him and then walked out.
Yeah. You through here now, Nick?
Yeah, I think so. We'll call Mary and go home and get some rest.
Okay, Nick. Here's the final report from the lab.
Fine, Matty. Let's have it.
Well, you figured it out just about right. There apparently was a man and a woman in the place with Baker, and she was a redhead. And chances are she's the same redhead who bought the Luger bullets.
By Jove, Matty. I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, well, we got the man's prints, but the woman wore gloves.
Did you identify the man?
Yeah, we checked the prints he left on this magazine, Nick. He's Louis Larkin, hijacker, gunman, and all-round crook. 2 terms in the state pen. Here's his file photo.
Oh. That helps.
Yeah?
Hey, what's this slip of paper in the magazine, Matty? Something of yours?
Yeah, huh? No, just an ad the dealer must have stuck in before he sold it. Says if you want your newspapers forwarded to you while you're on vacation, leave your name at the store.
Matty, you say you found Larkin's prints on this magazine?
Yeah.
Look at the date line.
What?
This magazine was put on the stands only yesterday.
Yeah? How does that help?
Well, you see the name on this ad?
Oh, Rogers Candy Store, 100 Park Road. So what?
Oh, Matty, don't you see? That's the store this magazine came from.
Well, what was it doing in Baker's place, then?
Hey, that's right. Park Road is way across town from where Baker lives.
Sure.
Maybe Baker didn't buy the magazine. Maybe Louis or the girl bought it.
Yeah. Maybe Louis and the girl are hiding out somewhere near this Rogers Candy Store.
That's what I was thinking. Well, if they are, Patsy and I will find them.
Louis?
Yeah.
Got the bags packed yet?
Just about finished, Hazel.
I've been going over the list of coin collectors, Louis. Got a nice schedule worked out.
Yeah?
We hit Chicago first. There are 3 collectors there. $10 grand each makes $30 grand.
Hey, swell.
In St. Louis, Cleveland, New Orleans, El Paso, L.A., Frisco, and Seattle. The way I figure it, we'll split $300,000. Easy.
Yeah, we sure should.
Pretty cheap for knocking off a couple of punks, huh?
You said it, Hazel.
You remember to get the plane tickets yesterday?
Oh, sure. They're on the dresser there in the envelope.
Right. Yeah, I gotta hand it to myself, Louis. It's a foolproof racket. Some of these collectors are crazy guys. If they're daffy enough, they don't mind buying rare coins even when they know they're stolen.
What I like about it is that they gotta keep it secret because they're buying stolen goods. They gotta cover up for us.
It's foolproof, Louis. 100% foolproof. Hey.
What's the matter?
Come to the window, quick.
Well?
Down in the corner in front of the candy store.
Yeah.
See that tall guy standing there with magazines under his arm?
Yeah, I see him.
That's Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yeah. Huddle up with that packing, Louis. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I'll say.
Maybe Carter's around just by accident, or maybe he's on to us. Either way, we're taking no chances. Not for $300,000 and a murder rap, we ain't.
Over here, Patsy. Hurry up.
I got here as soon as I could, Nick. Do I look enough like a bobby soxer for you?
Oh, you look fine.
Well, I still don't understand. Why do I have to get dressed up like a bobby soxer and meet you here in front of Roger's candy store? Hey, you going to buy me a soda, huh?
No. You're going to sell magazine subscriptions.
I am?
Yes.
Why?
In order to find a pair of killers.
Okay, Nick, give with the plan.
Well, you remember, one of them left a magazine at Pete Baker's workshop, and I traced it to this candy store?
Yes.
The proprietor says he's sure the man who bought it lives in that house across the street. But he doesn't know who he is or in what apartment he lives.
And so I'm going to sell subscriptions from apartment to apartment until I find him.
Right. His name is Louis Larkin. Here's his picture.
No beauty, is he?
And there may be a red-headed girl with him. The one with the perfume.
I'll remember the perfume.
Now listen, Patsy, just find out where they're located. Don't try anything else. They're a little too dangerous to play with. Yeah?
Good morning, sir. I represent the Oil States magazine.
Made it.
Well, that wasn't Louis Larkin.
And no perfume yet. Good morning, madam. I represent the Universal and which is helping me work my way through college by the sale of magazines in which I'm sure you won't be interested.
Well, why shouldn't I be interested in literature? Come on in, honey. Come in.
The Oil States Magazine Company publishes...
I thought you said Universal.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, I represent both. I tell you what. I left my subscription blanks down in my car.
Yeah.
Wait till I get down and get them.
Grab her, Louis. You're Nick Carter's girl, aren't you? Yeah, we saw you chewing a rag downstairs.
Hazel, Carter's up to us. He knows we bumped Baker and Grange, and he knows we're here.
You're not telling me anything.
Well, what do we do?
I'm thinking.
Okay, so while you're giving the think tank a workout, I'll take care of this. Take it easy, sister. All I do is pull the trigger, and you won't feel hardly nothing at all. Pleasant dreams.
Patsy struggled helplessly as Louis Larkin aims his Luger automatic at her heart. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, please listen carefully, for here's how to send in for the 4 lovely William A. Rogers A1 Plus Quality Teaspoons Old Dutch Cleanser is offering. Order as many units of 4 as you wish. Just be sure to enclose 2 windmill pictures from Old Dutch labels and 60 cents in coin for each unit ordered, and then mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. And remember, besides the 4 lovely William A. Rogers teaspoons in the beautiful Croydon pattern, you'll receive an illustrated folder that tells how to build up a complete matching service at a sensationally low cost. So, ladies, don't delay. Send for your 4 teaspoons now. Remember, enclose 2 windmill pictures from Old Dutch labels and 60 cents in coin, and mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. Price is subject to change without notice. Send now. And now for the conclusion of the case of the Sunken Dollar. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As Louis Larkin's finger tightens on the trigger of his automatic, and Patsy struggles helplessly, Hazel suddenly knocks the gun aside.
Cut it out, Louis. Everyone in the house would hear the shot. We wouldn't stand a chance.
You mean we'll let this dame go?
We'll take her with us. Don't want interference. Carter will be too busy looking for the girl to worry about us.
Maybe he won't.
And he'll be too busy worrying about the girl to make a move. She's like a hostage, Louis, get it?
Yeah.
While Carter's watching the front door, we're going out the back way. Take a cab to the station.
Well, what about the dame?
Stop worrying.
But we can't take...
Look, Louis, we've got a compartment on the train. And somewhere along the way, we'll push her out the window. With a bullet in her head.
Okay, Hazel, but I think you're nuts to do it.
Shut up, Louis. Let her go.
Now, look here, you...
You listen to me, sister. One false move and Louis lets you have it here and now, understand? I understand. We might as well burn for 3 murders as for 2.
Now, there's a hack coming, Hazel. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Get in, honey. Okay. The train terminal driver. And will you please close the glass partition? I'm awfully cold back here.
Terminal? Okay, lady. I'll close the glass.
Okay, we made it. Carter will wait for the girl to come out, maybe 10 minutes. Then he'll start looking.
Yeah, he won't find nothing. What a laugh.
We'll take the first train out.
Hey, maybe that don't go to Chi.
We can always get to Chi later. Maybe we'll start on the west coast for now, huh?
It's okay with me. The further from Carter, the better.
Look, I'll make a bet with you. $100 to 1 cent that you don't get away from Nick.
We've already got away, sister.
Is it a bet?
It's a bet.
Only trouble is you won't be around to collect even if you win.
Hey, where are we? What's he stopping for? This isn't anywhere near the terminal.
Step right out, lady. Let me help you with your bag.
Oh, we all don't want to get out here. I said the train terminal. This isn't the terminal.
You're crazy? What is this place?
Police headquarters, Louis.
What?
Don't move. Come on, Patsy, you get out first.
Okay, Nick.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Hazel. My name is Nick Carter. And I will just pile out of this cab, luggage, gun, moles, and all, and walk quietly into headquarters. Sergeant Matheson wants to talk to you about some assorted thefts and murders. All out, please.
Oh, before I forget, 1 cent, please, Hazel. I not only win the bet, I'm here to collect.
Oh, it was a beautiful job, Nick. Beautiful. But there's just one thing I don't figure.
What's that, Matty?
How in blazes did you know enough to get around to the back street and borrow that cab?
I have ears, haven't I? I heard Hazel and Louis making their plans.
Huh?
You heard them? How?
I was outside the apartment door. You don't think I'd let you walk into that murderer's den alone, do you? I was right behind you all the way.
You were right behind me?
Yes, Betsy.
Then why didn't you bust in and capture those 2 crooks right then and there?
Didn't want to take any chances on anyone in a crowded apartment house being hit by stray bullets.
But they might have killed me before they left.
Patsy, you may be sure that I waited until I knew they were going to take you with them before I did what I did.
What?
Say, that was quite an act. All state magazines, Universal magazines.
You didn't trust me to do it all by myself. You treat me just like a baby.
Now, Patsy.
I hate you, you mere man.
Now, Patsy, easy. You know, if it comes to that, how come you were so positive Nick could get Hazel and Louis? Oh, I heard all about the bet. $100 to 1 cent.
Oh, that.
Yeah, you were betting on a sure thing yourself now, weren't you? You knew Nick was the cab driver.
Well, I did not. I never recognized him.
Then how come the bet?
Because I knew I could trust Nick, which is more than he can say for me.
But, Patsy, if I hadn't followed you to protect you, I wouldn't have been able to win that bet for you.
Well, all right, you win. Heaven knows you always do.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Yep, I cover the night. My beat is about 8 square miles of darkness, and mister, that's a lot of night. Every evening I start walking into it and let it swirl around me and let it swallow me up. Part of me relaxes, part of me becomes tense and wary. Like a hunter coming back to the jungle, I feel at home, but I know that there's danger. For the night is filled with its own brand of people. A lonely, lost, screwy, mixed-up people of the night, drifting out of the darkness like fragments of a nightmare.
Mister, you look like a decent sort. You don't want a poor, suffering human being to go hungry for one of a dime.
Yeah, a disembodied hand stretched out for that ever-loving coin to buy just another whiff of that fine old anesthetic named muscatel. Or a brittle laugh of a painted Tootsie rising out of the night, proving to the world she doesn't care, laughing until the tears come. Or the flurry of footsteps rushing by, a muffled conversation deciding life or death or tonight's movie. An ambulance racing past on its way to General Hospital, its red warning light flashing on and off quickly, like the frenzied pulse beat of the poor devil inside.
Randy Stone, Demon Reporter. Hiya, R.S. How's the old Crusader?
Night is for the phony, too, like this character coming toward me while I was grabbing a bite in the little restaurant next to the radio and TV studios. The actor, on stage 24 hours a day.
You mind if I sit next to you, baby? Yeah. What do you say? How's the kid, huh?
Oh, the kid's fine. Teething like mad. Nothing serious.
Barrel of laughs, this character. Real sense of humor. You know, I love that column of yours, baby. With me, it's like a shot of Vincentry.
Uh-huh.
The only lack I find in it is that I never see any mention of, guess whom?
Whom?
John Bruce, the world's greatest thespian. Also available for wakes, weddings, and beer busts.
You couldn't see your way clear to letting go of my sleeve so I can finish my coffee.
How do you like this, citizen? He can insult you till you curl up and die, and you still love him. Look, I know the minute I'm out of your sight you're going to forget me, so I'm going to give you this little postcard to hang on to. If your show could stand the boost, ask for the lad they call John Bruce. Well, it rhymes, anyway.
Yeah, I gotta be going now.
Remember, baby, I don't mind what you say as long as you say something, huh?
Yeah.
That's Bruce spelled with a B.
I know it's spelled with a B. A great, big, beautiful hunk of zero. The sincere brown eyes continually shifting, sizing you up and figuring you out. The friendly smile so phony you look for the safety pins holding it in place. Ah, relax. It's a big night. You walk half a block and John Bruce is lost forever. Because there's always something waiting up ahead. I just turned down Grand Avenue. Oh, now there's one of the night's chilly little sounds for you, a burglar alarm shattering the quiet. I looked down the dark, empty street trying to figure out which store, and I saw a child come darting out of a doorway and began racing the other way. A child. Hey, stop! Stop! I tried racing after it, but there wasn't a chance. I went back to the store. It was a sporting goods place. One window smashed and blood splattered on the glass like the kid had used his naked fist to get to the display of guns and knives inside. After the cops came and I told them what I knew, I continued my wanderings. Down through the Lincoln Park district and up through Honky Tonk Road. The wild neon signs making the night bleed red and green and purple. And then the little jazz combos beating their brains out. And the barkers, their gold teeth flashing as they bang their canes against the sidewalk and shout about the 12 dancing girls waiting just for you. And the old gent hawking popcorn and hot tamales in a little child's wagon. And George, a 35-inch dwarf who sold newspapers at Clark and Knight. Evening, Georgie. How's it going?
Fine and dandy. Better than good. Always A1 for little Georgie.
Give me the Sun-Times. Always good to see what the competition's up to.
They are. Paper. Read all about it. Get your paper.
That's a lovely headline. One of those silly jerks going to wake
Get
up.
evening's paper.
Hey, George.
Yeah?
Maybe the way things are in the world, this is a good idea, but since when have they started printing the paper in blood?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Look at yourself, smeared all over.
That's the way I got it. Here, I'll give you another.
Thank you.
Now, let go of my hand.
It's soaking through the bandage, George.
I cut myself in a can opener.
Oh, I hope you went to a doctor.
Doctor?
You've got to get all the glass out.
I got all the... I told you it was a can opener.
All I saw in that window was guns and knives. I thought it was a kid.
Okay. So you got yourself a story. Get on the phone. Call the cops. What are you waiting for?
Waiting for you to start telling me why a sweet guy is acting like such a dope. What is it, Georgie?
Almost 1 o'clock, a little more than an hour, and she'll be here. Go on. Call the cops. Call the cops. You'll be doing me a favor. If you don't, I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him.
She'll show up in an hour, and you'll kill him. Kid, you lost me.
All right, Mr. Stone. You're a good guy. You're entitled to a laugh. Come on. Follow me.
He dumped his papers onto the stand and started across the street. 35 inches of desperate humanity. I followed him around back and down the stairs of an old tenement. He stopped at a basement door to fish out a key. I followed him inside a dark, dank hole. He flicked a switch. Fluorescent lights hissed on, throwing a cold white glow over walls draped in black velvet. There were dark booths and a small bar. It was empty, deathly quiet. I knew the establishment, an after-hours joint. When all the legitimate bars closed, those who still sought refuge from the night come to places like this. George headed straight for the only bit of brightness in the room, a gleaming aluminum jukebox in the corner. In the center of the jukebox was a neon mouth, and within the mouth, a microphone. Other neons spelled out the message, "Ask your tune." It operated like your telephone. Somewhere a girl sat at a switchboard connected to 50 such jukeboxes and taverns all over the city. George stood glaring at his tiny reflection in the jukebox shiny chrome.
I hate it. I'd like to smash it to pieces.
What, the jukebox?
The owner of this joint gave me a key so I could come in and get warm on cold nights.
Yeah?
Only you can see for yourself when you're alone. This place can give you the creeps. I thought maybe a tune would cheer me up, so I started horsing around with this jukebox, feeding it my loose nickels, like this. And then her talking to me.
What tune would you like?
It's me, Julie.
Oh, hello, darling.
Darling?
I'm so excited. George, just one more hour. So help me, I've got goose pimples.
Yeah. Me too, Julie.
We'll do it just like we planned. I certainly can't understand your feelings, and I admire you for them. Say, before the boss catches me spooning, I better play a record.
Not a record, Julie. The record.
The record, George.
Okay, you can start laughing any time you want, Mr. Stone.
What's this all about, George?
10 seconds of conversation with every record. It started as a gag, me playing the big lover because she couldn't see she was talking to a dwarf. It's a big joke, huh? On me. Because talking to her every night, I don't know. Something started happening to me inside. Happening to both of us because she felt it too. She really did, Mr. Stone. I mean, an understanding. I don't know the word. But she felt it too. And then he had to ruin it, destroy it.
Yes, it was soap opera at its sudsiest. The little dwarf and his love affair with Julie the jukebox girl. So help me, Georgie even invented an invalid wife. That was his reason why he and Julie could never meet except through the jukebox. But like all little melodramas taken from life, there was also a villain. One of the men who worked in this joint happened to overhear George spilling his heart out. And as a gag, when George wasn't around, he told Julie that the poor guy was dying to meet her in person, that they should get together at least once. And that's what's scheduled for 2 a.m., huh, this meeting?
Yeah. It was Julie's idea. I mean, the way it's going to be. The record made her think of it.
The record?
Yeah, it's from Tchaikovsky. Is that what they call him?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, he and his Baroness, some fancy lady, they had a friendship through letters, and they felt that they had to meet at least once. So one day they passed each other in carriages and nodded, without a word, and went on. Never saw each other again.
And what's good enough for Tchaikovsky is good enough for Georgie and Julie, huh?
Yeah. She'll be wearing a green hat and a sprig of violets. I'll be wearing a red flower. Well, you think she'll be a little surprised at what she's going to see, Mr. Stone? Isn't it a joke? It's okay for you to laugh. Go on, laugh, Mr. Stone. Laugh!
I turned. He was a big, paunchy, bald-headed gent, standing in the doorway, having himself a wonderful time. It was right out of Mac's Senate, a barrel of laughs. George, the dwarf, charging right into the big guy, who merely lifted him up, shrugged his shoulder, and sent the little fellow flying across the room, crashing into a wall.
What a character that little monkey is, huh? Did he tell you about his romance?
So you're Cupid.
That's me. I'm even willing to stake him to that rose for his lapel. Nothing's too good for Loverboy. What a line he's got. You gotta hear it to believe it.
Hey, George! The knife in George's hand would have looked much better back in that sporting goods window. He moved out of the shadows. He moved toward the big guy. A trickle of blood ran down George's mouth, but he didn't know anything about that.
Put that knife away or I'll shove it down your throat.
But George kept coming. The smile on the big man's face took a leave of absence.
Hey, come on now, George. What's the matter? Can't you take a joke?
A bead of sweat started zigzagging down his face, mixing with the talcum powder. His lips continued to work, but now no words came out. Because this thing coming towards him, this wasn't a comical little dwarf. This was death.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
NBC. Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
George the dwarf was passing in front of me on his way to the big guy who'd loused up his romance with Julie, the Juke Box girl. The knife glinted in his hand, and he didn't even know that I was there. The only other person in all the world existed for him at that moment was a heavily perspiring fat man. And as George came just a little closer, I lunged.
Let me go!
He twisted his arm back until the knife clattered to the floor, and I reached down for it as George tore loose and ran out of the door.
How do you like that little character trying to knife me? I'm going to call the cops so fast.
Wouldn't that be a little awkward, seeing how the joint here is slightly illegal?
Huh? Well, one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to tell this Jane on the jukebox who she's dealing with. I'm going to tell her this crazy punk's liable.
Mister.
Huh?
You even say howdy to that girl, and I might decide to find George and give him back this knife. I found George all right, slumped against his newsstand, all through wanting to kill anybody. I told him I'd see the cops, and maybe they'd say it was okay if George paid for all the damage to that sports store and behave himself from now on. That didn't make him feel much better, because it was getting awfully close to 2 o'clock in his meeting with Julie. I told him that I'd call Julie and inform her that he'd suddenly come down with a slight case of bubonic plague or something. I got the name of the company off the jukebox in the after-hours joint, the Acme Music Company. I found a phone booth, reached for a coin, and instead came up with a card that said, "If your show can stand a boost, ask for the lad they call John Brewst," and John's beautiful, phony face smiling up at me. All of a sudden, I was looking for the phone number at the bottom of the card, and then I began dialing like mad. That's got to be her.
Which one?
Coming down the street. The green hat, the sprig of violets. Yep.
Wow. This is going to be a distinct pleasure, baby.
Oh, just remember what you're supposed to do, baby. You walk past, you nod, and you keep walking.
What's the mystery all about? You can level with Brucey, boy.
$10, no questions asked. That was the agreement.
Well, can I at least mumble some quote about...
You open your mouth for anything but breathing.
Okay.
She's almost reached the corner. Move. I stepped back to the paper stand where George was waiting. Together we watched Julie and John Bruce approach each other. Mr. Tchaikovsky never had it so good. She was really something out of body beautiful. As the two approached, George's hand unconsciously fastened on my arm. Now Julie and John were passing each other, their eyes meeting. George's hand began to tighten.
Julie. Oh, how beautiful. How beautiful.
Julie nodded to John Bruce, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw little George nod in return. For one sickening moment, I thought Bruce was going to open his mouth and go into a monologue, but somehow he controlled himself. They passed each other and went on. I looked down at George. His eyes were shining.
It was me. What I said to her, pouring out my heart, that brought her here tonight.
Sure it did.
Yeah. But why couldn't it really have been me? Why couldn't it have been me, Mr. Stone?
Ask the stars. Maybe they had an answer for you, Georgie. Me, I had work to do. I still had my story to find. Somewhere among the waiters, folding their tuxedos away, yawning as they changed into their street clothes. Somewhere among the jazz musicians, their faces waxen with fatigue, their shirt collars soaked in sweat, but still reaching for that beautiful, pure note. Somewhere in the police wagons, screaming insanely down the street. Somewhere in the yellow lights of the general hospital, the mile of empty warehouses, the strip of greasy piers, a desolate park, in an alley, on a street corner. Somewhere in the night, my story was waiting for me. And now, that was all that mattered. By morning, I'd forgotten all about George and Julie and John Bruce. I'd finished my column, and I'd gone home to snooze. Only my saga of the Juke Box wasn't ended. It had only just begun. Yeah.
Hiya. That wake you up? It's after 10 a.m.
Well, what do you know? What do you want, Bruce?
I do okay?
Oh, you are magnificent. I'll see you around.
Oh, wait a minute, Randy.
Yeah.
The broad.
Yeah?
Friend of yours?
No.
What was that routine? You got old Johnny Boy guessing.
Well, good for Johnny Boy. I'll see you around.
Randy, look, as long as she's not a friend, like they say, where can I locate this kid? Maybe we'll have a couple of laughs together, huh? No kidding, baby. Where can I find her?
Goodbye now. Yeah, when you're in my racket, when you deal with these characters on the night beat, brother, you've got to be prepared for the totally unexpected. Johnny Boy had fallen for the lady of the jukebox like a ton of bricks. Of course, he couldn't come right out and say it plain and simple. He had to ham it right up to the hilt. But I knew the score. And from then on, he haunted me night and day.
Come on, Randy. Who is she? Where can I find her? Give the girl a break, huh?
He'd corner me on the street, at the newspaper, at my home.
Who is she, Randy? Come on, be a pal. What's wrong with me looking her up and giving her a little attention?
Day after day after day.
Where can I find her, Randy? What's the big mystery?
For a while, I even enjoyed it. He was sweating, and on him it looked good. But I guess this morning I just wasn't in the mood. I'd come down to the office around 5 a.m. And any newspaper office that time of day is a pretty sad affair. Cleaning women sloshing their way up and down the aisle, the gray, listless dawn flat against the windows, the empty desks, and me with one of those real sour little tales to write about a bum they'd found behind some garbage cans on Skid Row. A bum with a Distinguished Service Cross pinned to the pocket of his filthy shirt. One of those gallant young gods that we swore we'd never forget. Yeah, I was feeling Jim Dandy as I sat down to my typewriter, and I whipped a hunk of paper into the roller. And then I saw John Bruce standing in the shadows across the room from me.
Hello, Randy.
Look, friend, I'm not in the mood this morning. I've got work to do.
Randy, you've got to listen to me.
They found him a little after midnight behind a wine shop.
Randy, you got to tell me where I can find him.
Just another bum. Sleeping it off.
Randy, listen to me. You got to tell me where...
Look, Buster. I'm telling you nothing. You understand that? One dame is going to escape the famed John Bruce charm. It's a very small tragedy. Now, clear on it.
If you'll only listen to me, please.
I'm slightly bored with listening to you, Mr. Bruce. I'm even more bored with looking at you, Mr. Bruce. You're so phony it sticks out like measles, Mr. Bruce, from your crisp, curly hair right down to your beautifully polished shoes. If this comes as a great surprise...
No great surprise, Randy. Since when can a guy keep that kind of news from himself?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm pretty tired.
I don't know what it is. I won't even try to explain it. I can't explain it to myself. It's that success bug. It's dog eat dog. Anything goes as long as you make it. And why do you have to make it? Does it say so in the Constitution?
Look.
But about her, I'm not putting on any act about her, Randy. I'm a big boy now. Love at first sight. Am I kidding? Listen, Randy. We just exchanged a look, maybe 5 seconds. And until the day I die, I won't be able to forget it. I guess that sounds like some more of Johnny Boy's routine, huh?
No. Go on.
Go on? What can I tell you? How do you explain it? But in those few seconds, I saw something I've been looking for all my life, Randy. Something genuine. Something real. Something... Well, maybe I saw my own salvation, Randy. Or maybe I was just kidding myself, selling myself a bill of goods. But I got to find out. I got to see her again, talk to her. Maybe the minute she opens her mouth, the dream will come tumbling down like Humpty Dumpty. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Now, where is she, Randy?
The Acme Music Company. Only take your time. She doesn't show up until night. I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was something I saw in John Bruce's eyes that made me feel if I didn't tell him, well, it would have been a bum deal for Julie. I wanted to reach George right away, try to explain what I'd done, but I didn't know where to look for him except at his newsstand. In my world of the night, all you ever know about anyone is where they are right now. I didn't sleep much that day. Making George understand wasn't going to be any cinch. But he had to know that this had been a sick thing that could only hurt him in the end. That night, I hurried right onto his newsstand, only he wasn't around. I started worrying, and on a hunch, I went across the street to the after-hours joint. The door was ajar. I went in. He was there, squatting in front of the jukebox, listening to his song again. His back was to me. Song ended, and I searched my mind like crazy for the right words. He was fumbling with some coins, and he slipped one of them into the jukebox.
Like it, darling?
Oh, you know I do. Every time I hear it, I see you again. So beautiful.
You're pretty beautiful yourself, mister.
Julie, it's wonderful to hear you say that.
I backed out quick. I didn't get it. Why hadn't she gone with John Bruce? I hopped a cab for the Acme Music Company, a dilapidated office in a loft on Huron Street. Front door was open, so I went on inside. An empty desk with papers scattered all over, but nobody around. I went into a dark hallway marked no admittance. Ahead of me was a lighted glass door with the word studio painted on it. I started for it when someone came running up behind me.
Hey, you, can't you read the sign? No admittance. I thought that was very clear.
Well, there wasn't anybody at the desk.
You're telling me something I don't know? Quitting without a minute's notice. That's a fine thing, huh?
Mister.
But wait, that Sally, she'll want a reference someday. I'll give her a reference, all right. Now, come on.
Sally, is she the one who quit?
Without a minute's notice. A jerk comes popping in. I was working in back. Next thing you know, she's waltzing out of here with him. But that's okay. Someday she'll want a reference.
Sally is a dark-haired girl, beautifully built.
So she's beautifully built. Big deal. Come on, mister. I got 50 things to do.
Then that would be Julie working in the studio up ahead.
So?
Well, do you mind if I peek in through the door, and then I'll go?
If you want to peek, all right, peek. With Julie, I'm not worried about her running off. With Julie, I'm safe.
Yes, he was safe with Julie. As I looked through the glass door, I thought, sure, it figures. Two can play the same game. The dwarf had his John Bruce, and Julie had her Sally. Julie couldn't have shown up for a meeting with George even if she wanted to, because I very much doubt that Julie could have lifted her 350 pounds out of that chair. Huge, sprawling Julie, working like mad at her switchboard with its flashing lights from jukeboxes all over the city. And then while I watched as she answered one call, something happened. Her eyes lit up in a strange and wonderful way. And then she flicked the switch that played a certain record for a certain jukebox, and her eyes became even more bright. I didn't have to hear the rest of the record. She was playing their song for her guide, George. And all of a sudden, I realized how right George was. Julie was beautiful. Yeah, that's how it is when you walk the night beat. You always know that if you walk far enough and long enough, and if you keep your eyes open and you listen very carefully, sooner or later in the darkness, you'll find the city's heart. Yeah. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of John Bruce was played by Bill Conrad. Jeff Corey was George. Others in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Ray Hartman, and Eddie Fields. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Join Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment tonight on NBC.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And yet, Plenamins cost only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints on happy homicide.
I beg your pardon?
I said Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints.
Yes, I heard the last part, but I just wanted to be sure there was nothing the matter with my phone. Mr. Diamond, I wish to hire you.
I'm touched. $100 a day in expenses.
I'm touched.
Well, if the figure depresses you a little, I suggest getting out in the fresh air. Exercise. Play a little golf. If you could use a dandy caddy on Sunday.
I can easily afford the fee, Mr. Diamond, but to be frank, it wasn't exactly what I expected. Isn't it a little high?
Well, frankly, yes. But if you hire another detective, you won't be getting the prettiest.
I see. Can you come to my house at 6 this evening?
Name, address, and reason for hiring me?
George Lexington, Golden Strand, Long Island. And I'm in fear of my life.
I'll see you at 6, Mr. Lexington.
On the dot. Please be prompt.
Just have a substantial retainer ready. Aside from my blue eyes, greed and promptness are my 2 most outstanding features. Well, that's the way a buck's made in my business. I sit around the office for a week, passing the idle hours, playing old Welsh mining tunes on a comb. Then someone gets in trouble, opens the phone book, and naturally the first thing that must catch their eye is my very gaudy full-page advertisement on the Diamond Detective Agency. After that, a phone call, and I'm in business. At 6 sharp, I was ringing the doorbell at the home of Mr. George Lexington, client in fear of his life.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Diamond, to see Mr. Lexington.
Mr. Lexington is busy at the moment. Does he expect you?
I have an appointment with him at 6.
Oh, I see. Please step in. If you'll wait in the library, sir, I'll tell Mr. Lexington you are here. What was that?
Unless you keep a car in one of the upstairs rooms, that, my friend, was a gun going off. Come on. With the butler right behind me, we took the long, curved staircase 3 steps at a time. The butler managed to pant out that Mr. Lexington was in the study at the head of the stairs, so that was the door we went through, only to be stopped cold on the other side. Standing in the middle of the room was a girl. The word girl, in this case, to be identified with adjectives one might think up after having spent 3 lonely years on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic. The only thing that kept my eyes from melting and running down on my shirt was the .32 revolver she held in her gloved hand.
Miss Morris, no!
Give her the gun, honey.
No! No!
Drop it, honey. You just scorched my money belt. She dropped it, and we all went to pieces. I helped her to a seat and let her cry it out. The gun I could have passed off as a whim or too many Hop-Along Cassidy adventures, but the man sprawled across his desk on the other side of the room changed the whole picture. I called the 5th Precinct Police Station and got Lieutenant Walter Levinson started for Long Island.
The police?
You shot a man, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to kill yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they're both against the law. Want to tell me about it?
He deserved it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I just found something rather strange.
Well, don't scratch it.
Miss Morris shot Mr. Lexington, all right.
I never denied it.
Well, what's bothering you?
The thought just occurred to me. Who also took the trouble of stabbing him?
Stabbing him? He was shot.
Then how do you explain this carving knife in his back?
Oh, now, Diamond, you stop that.
But it's true, Walt.
Sure is, Lieutenant. Been shot in the chest and got a knife in his back. Oh, how do I get in on these things?
This is Miss Morris, Walt, the girl who shot him.
How do you do? Oh,
You shot him, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, who stabbed him?
Have no idea.
Swell. Miss Morris, why did you shoot this, what's his name?
Lexington, George.
Why did you shoot him?
I refuse to answer.
Okay, suit yourself.
Where's the coroner, Walt?
Should be here any minute.
I didn't stab him, Mr. Diamond.
When you came in, did you talk with Lexington?
I just opened the door, saw him sitting at the desk, and I shot him.
Did you talk to him?
Oh, sure, Walt. She played 20 questions with him while he was trying to paw the knife out of his back.
I was just trying to trap her.
Why?
Why? Because if she said she'd talk to him, it would have been an admission that,
She'd talk to him.
No, that he was still alive before she shot him.
Okay, who stabbed him?
How do I know?
Well, if he was still alive before she shot him, she talked to him, then she must have seen who stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
Well, if she saw who stabbed him, she couldn't have done it, right?
Right.
And no one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already been shot, right?
No one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already... Yeah, of course. Do you think I'm stupid?
Lieutenant...
You shut up.
So if they stabbed him, he hadn't been shot and he was alive.
Of course.
Then if he was alive and they stabbed him, the girl didn't do it to confuse you.
Huh?
So if she didn't do it, she can go home. Go on home, Miss Morris.
But, Mr. Diamond...
You heard him. Go on.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Lieutenant. Diamond's at it again.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Take the girl, the butler, and Diamond down to the car. And when the coroner gets here, we'll all take a little drive down to the station. Understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the coroner finally arrived and suggested an autopsy for the corpse and a bath in some hot mud for Walt. Then we all climbed into the squad car and headed for downtown New York and the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way, I told Walt about my phone call from Lexington about 3:45 that afternoon and the few details leading up to finding June Morris with a smoking gun and the dead Mr. Lexington. At the station, we continued to question the girl as to her motive for the killing, but she refused to say anything. The butler could add nothing, so they were taken out to await further questioning. She was allowed to call her lawyer, and we all settled down to wait for the coroner's report on the autopsy.
Yeah?
The dame's lawyer is here. Wants to see you first.
Okay. Girl's lawyer.
Mr. Farnsworth, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is this all about?
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Farnsworth.
How do you do?
How are you?
I just got a call from Miss Morris.
Lieutenant.
Pardon me a minute. Well, what do you want, Hammerhead?
I got the girl's personal effects.
Well, give them to me.
Okay. Gee, what did I do?
Nothing, Sergeant, but your family sure botched things up.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Gee, I don't know.
Am I to understand that Miss Morris is being held here on a murder charge?
That's right.
Just whom is Miss Morris supposed to have killed?
You know a Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes.
He's the boy.
Maybe you can tell us why she would want to kill him.
I suggest you question the witness, Mr. Diamond. But let me warn you beforehand. My advice to my client will be to say nothing until I can find out more about this thing for myself. Now, about Miss Morris.
She stays put.
Lieutenant, I have a great deal of influence.
Then get her rich. She stays put.
What about this George Lexington's background, Mr. Farnsworth?
Let me give you one more suggestion before I leave. Find these things out for yourself. I have a fair reputation in the legal profession.
Good evening, Mr. Farnsworth.
I'll have that writ, Lieutenant.
Oh, go to blazes.
Nice fellow.
A doll. Well, let's see if there's anything in these personal effects here. Take a look through the purse.
Okay.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring in the butler.
Right.
Here's something, Walt.
What is it?
A typewritten note in the bottom of her purse.
What's that?
Meet me at the house at 5:15 this evening. Bring $15,000 and be prompt, or you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Signed, George. George Lexington.
Well, bully for you.
Diamond, I swear.
Out to the butler, Lieutenant.
Come in. Sit down.
Well, thanks. Might be...
Not you, melonhead. Get out of here.
Oh, well, okay. I just thought...
Otis.
Yeah?
When the coroner's report comes in, bring it right in and bring the girl along with it.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
How do you feel, Arthur?
A little upset, sir. This has been quite a strain.
Last name Cameron?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for George Lexington?
About 4 years, sir. Ever since Mr. Lexington came east.
Did you know him before that?
No, sir.
You ever mentioned where he was from?
California, I think.
Had a lot of money?
I presume so. I was paid regularly. He maintained a good-sized house and entertained frequently. To my knowledge, he never had any debts that weren't paid immediately.
How long have you known Miss Morris?
She and Mr. Lexington were engaged 2 years ago. It only lasted a few months. But they still saw each other occasionally.
Did you know Miss Morris was expected tonight?
Yes, sir. She called and said she would be there at 5:45.
You sure about the time?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't expect me at 6.
No, sir. Mr. Lexington said nothing about it.
Is there another way into that study?
Yes, sir. A back door leading down to the garden.
Did Lexington have any other visitors during the day?
No, sir.
Was he in from 3 to 5?
Yes, sir.
I got the coroner's report and Miss Morris, Lieutenant.
Okay, that's all, Arthur. We'll have to hold you until this thing straightens itself out. You go along with Sergeant Loveloon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Does Mr. Lexington own a typewriter?
No, sir.
All right. Come in, Miss Morris. Sit down.
Here's the report and the bullet taken out of Lexington and the knife.
Take the butler downstairs.
Right. Let's go, Arthur.
Yes, sir.
When did you receive this note, Miss Morris?
Oh, where?
We found it in your purse. When you become a murder suspect, I'm afraid nothing's very private.
This morning.
It's from George Lexington?
Yes.
He have something on you? Okay, you're just hurting yourself.
Miss Morris, did you know a man named Jack Short?
No.
Who's Jack Short, Walt?
Just read this report. Here's what it says about the late Mr. George Lexington. Fingerprints check one Jack Short, arrested 1936, 38, 39, petty theft, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of possessing narcotics, 3 arrests, 1 conviction. Did a year and a day in Alcatraz.
When did he have time to do his laundry?
He was arrested again in 1942 for manslaughter. Went to trial, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Lovely boy.
You mean George Lexington?
Was really Jack Short a criminal with a record?
But his house, servants, the money he spent.
That's something we're going to find out about.
What does the coroner's report say, Walt?
The knife did kill him, not the bullet.
Oh.
And the knife has got your fingerprints all over it, Miss Morris.
What?
It's got a what?
That's right. Ever see it before, Miss Morris?
I don't know.
It's a carving knife. One that might belong to a set. Something wrong?
That's my carving knife. I missed it this morning.
Sure.
When was the last time you used it?
Last night. I gave a small dinner party.
Do you own a typewriter, Miss Morris?
Yes, I do.
Hello, June. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, Mr. Farnsworth.
Just a minute. What's the idea of busting in here like this, Farnsworth?
I tried to stop him, Lieutenant.
You should have stuck out one of your big feet. Those things could trip a tank.
I told you I would be back with the writ. Well, I'm here, and there's the writ. Come, June.
She stays right here.
Lieutenant, you don't seem to understand.
No, you don't seem to understand, Mr. Farnsworth. You got that written and was sustained because I was nice enough not to issue a formal complaint.
Also, there's a little matter of influence.
You're darn right, and I'm going to show you how it works. I'm making a formal complaint right now, and the charge is murder. And if you don't think I can make it stick, I won't even bother to throw you out of my office. I'll let the commissioner do it for me. Now get out of here.
Gee, you're wonderful, Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
One of the questions most often asked a druggist is this: what can I take for fast relief from acid stomach?
I've often wanted to know that myself. What's your answer?
Naturally, ma'am, it's Bismarex, Rexall's justly famous antacid.
Well, why? What is it that makes it so outstanding?
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only fast, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up that gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, I'll have to remember that. Bismarex. Is that how you say it?
That's right, ma'am. Bisma-Rex. Bismarex. Ask for Bismarex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Farnsworth got the idea in a hurry and took off like a rabbit with his tail on fire. Walt lived up to his word. After making the formal charge and producing the evidence, the writ was dismissed. He then secured a search warrant for both Miss Morris's flat and George Lexington's house on Long Island. Our first stop was Miss Morris's apartment, and when we went in, I thought how much it looked like her. Small, beautifully decorated. We went over the whole place, nothing except in the small den.
There's the party list she told us about.
Good 30 names here. Typed.
And there's a typewriter.
You got that note you had in the purse?
Yeah, here. Top of the E is blocked out like on the note. Same machine.
No.
Bring the typewriter, Otis.
Right, Lieutenant.
You going over to Lexington's home?
Yeah, aren't you coming along?
No, I got an idea. Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Well, sure, why?
When you get over there, besides checking that back door to the study, put in a call to the phone company and see if a call was made around 3:45 this afternoon to El Dorado 1234. It's a toll call from there, and they'd have a record.
Now, let me write that down. El Dorado 1234.
Yeah. I'll call you at Lexington's in about an hour. If that number wasn't called from there, check every name on that party list.
Well, there are 30 names there. You want me to check each one to see whether a call was made to El...
What's the matter?
El Dorado 1234. That's your office number.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye. I left Walt turning that awful green and headed for the Times building. It was a little late when I got there, but an old friend at the morgue noticed the $5 bill I was wearing in my lapel and agreed to take care of it for me while I looked through the newspaper files. I dug up everything on Jack Short and his alias George Lexington. The stuff on Short wasn't much, except the trial for manslaughter hadn't made the front page. The items on George Lexington could all be found in the society columns. From what I could gather, he'd started his social whirl in 1944. He'd been engaged several times, and each time to a wealthy woman. I even came across a picture of June Morris on the evening they had announced their engagement. Well, having all the information I could get, and with one little item dated California, June 26, 1942, tucked away in my pocket, I put in a fast call to Walt, who was at the home of the late George Lexington.
Yeah?
What did you find out?
Well, someone could have gotten in the back door. There were some blurred footprints outside in the garden, but they won't help. If you had a key, you could let yourself in and walk right up the study.
What about the phone call?
There was no call made from here to your office, but one of the names on the list paid off. Mrs. Julia Wright out on Long Island. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
You stay right there, Walt. I'm going out to see Mrs. Julia Wright.
Well, if she called your office today at 3:45, you certainly must have talked to her.
George Lexington called my office today at 3:45.
But he couldn't have. The butler said Lexington wasn't out of the house and the call wasn't made from here.
Well, someone called.
Maybe it was the right day. Maybe she got a low voice and told you she was Lexington.
Walt.
No?
Oh, forget it. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Mr. Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Wright?
My butler says your business is a matter of life or death.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but it's one sure way of getting by the red tape.
Then what is your business, Mr. Diamond?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
Do you know Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes, slightly.
Are you married, Mrs. Wright?
Very happily. What is your interest in Mr. Lexington, Mr. Diamond?
Do you know June Morris?
Quite well. I've known her family for at least 10 years.
She's being held for the murder of George Lexington.
Oh, that poor girl.
She was engaged to Lexington at one time, wasn't she?
Yes. He was a beast. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, he deserved killing.
I thought you said you only knew him slightly.
June used to tell me how terribly he treated her.
A phone call was made from your house yesterday at approximately 3:45 to El Dorado 1234.
I don't believe I know anyone at that number. Are you sure?
A man made it. I talked to him.
My husband wasn't home yesterday. Oh, perhaps it was my lawyer. He was here about that time. In fact, I believe he did make a call. Said it was on business. A call from the library.
What's your lawyer's name, Mrs. Wright?
Why, Mr. Lucius Farnsworth.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I certainly don't like the guy, but his reputation's been spotless.
It's just got to be, Walt.
Here's the girl, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Diamond.
June, the note you received was written on the typewriter in your den.
What?
Lab just sent up a report.
You think I sent that note to myself?
No. But can you remember anyone using the typewriter in the last 2 days?
No. No one has used it but myself.
What about the night of the party?
Who uses a typewriter at a party?
Anyone go in the den and maybe lock the door?
What? Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Farnsworth said he had to make some business calls. He went in and closed. You don't think that...
That Farnsworth did it?
It's absurd. He's been with my family for years.
Did he introduce you to George Lexington?
Yes, it was at a party at Julia Wright's.
Did Mr. Farnsworth know that you owned a gun?
No one knew it.
Were you actually using that knife the night of the party?
Yes, I sliced some turkey.
You remember what kind of a suit Mr. Farnsworth was wearing that night?
He was wearing a dinner jacket.
Lexington was blackmailing you, wasn't he?
I can't answer that.
Oh, honey, believe me, if you don't trust us and it comes out anyway, we'll have no way of stopping it.
All right, it was blackmail. I was going to marry George. There were some letters, a picture. He broke off the engagement and began demanding money. Last week he mentioned something about leaving town, and I received the note. I couldn't afford that kind of money, and I was just tired of paying month after month. I decided to kill him, and I was going to kill myself. I guess I lost my nerve.
Let's go see Mr. Luke Farnsworth, Rick.
June, you sit right here until we get back.
Be careful.
You can make a book on it. I'm going to drive you home. Use your paw.
All right.
Here he comes.
Yes, what do you... Oh. What do you want, Lieutenant?
Got any hot coffee?
If this is your idea of some kind of a joke...
Mind if we come in?
I most certainly do.
Thanks.
How dare you break in here like this? I can cause you a great deal of trouble, Lieutenant.
How well did you say you knew George Lexington?
Only slightly.
Hey, get a load of these fancy ashtrays, Walt.
Yeah, but I don't go much for modern. Pretty drapes, though.
Oh, the policemen are being casual.
You only knew Lexington slightly, huh?
Yes, and this is the third time I've said it.
You must make a lot of money.
I have wealthy clients.
How much did Jack Short pay you to get him out of that manslaughter charge?
What?
You remember him. Sensational case. Made you quite a reputation.
Of course I remember it.
This Short was sure a handsome fella. Did he change his name later?
I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Didn't he change it to Lexington? George Lexington?
What is this all about?
Mind if we look around the place?
I most certainly do.
Is that your bedroom?
You have no right to go in there. Where's your warrant?
Nice bedroom.
Get out. Get out. I'll call the commissioner.
Why don't you do that? These your keys?
Put those down.
Take it easy.
I wonder if one of these fits a back door to George Lexington's study.
Don't be ridiculous. I've only been to Mr. Lexington's house twice in my life. Arthur, the butler, will verify to that.
You mean you've only been there twice but the front way?
I mean exactly that. What are you doing in that closet?
Nice wardrobe. This your dinner jacket?
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I'm going to warn you, Farnsworth, officially. Anything that you may say will be held against you. I'm charging you with the murder of George Lexington.
Well, this is really one for the books. Would you mind telling me what proof you have?
You called my office at 3:45 this afternoon from the home of Mrs. Julia Wright. Disguised your voice and told me you were George Lexington.
Really? Hearsay.
You were at a party given by June Morris. You stole a carving knife that she'd been using, probably wrapped it up in a handkerchief to keep her fingerprints on the handle.
Did someone see me?
For some reason, you wanted George Lexington out of the way. He'd been blackmailing victims that you introduced him to. You made sure that Miss Morris would be at his home at exactly 5:45. You wrote a note on her typewriter telling her to be there. You called me to be sure that someone would catch her.
Interesting theory.
You went up the back way into the study, probably with one of these keys. You stabbed Lexington and got out just before the girl came up.
You made one mistake. You didn't figure that the girl might try to kill Lexington.
What?
Yeah, she shot him. But she shot a dead man.
She shot him?
After he was dead. You don't know it, Buster, but you just missed the perfect crime.
Now prove it.
The girl said you were wearing a dinner jacket the night of her party. This the coat?
Yes.
Well, to get the knife out, you had to put it in a pocket or someplace on you. She had been carving turkey. Ever hear of a spectrograph?
Of course.
Sure. Have the pockets analyzed, and if we find traces of turkey, we'll know you swamped the knife.
And if the key to Lexington's back door is on this ring, it'll cinch it.
I'm afraid not. Come back here, Frank. He's going for the window. Frank, stop it, go. Let me go.
Not on your life. Not on your life. You don't take it the easy way.
Get out of his hair. No.
Got him.
No. Why didn't you let me jump? What difference would it have made?
Well, it sure would have saved the state some money. But a quick trip to the sidewalk doesn't make up for a killing. That's the easy way, Farnsworth. You forget when you commit murder, there's a little thing called society. And if you can't live with people, they'll decide what to do with you. Oh, that last mile is a Lulu.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're a user of mineral oil, remember that Rexall mineral oil is carefully refined by a special process to achieve an extra heavy body. What's more, because it's so exceptionally pure and gentle in its action, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating, non-habit-forming. You'll also like the fact that it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, and Virginia Gregg. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yeah.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, it's you.
What kind of a greeting is that? Oh, it's you.
Well, Sam, I may be only your secretary and all that, but I do have feelings, you know.
What have I done now?
If you recall...
Yes?
You were supposed to take me to the Geary Theater last night.
Yeah?
And you never showed up.
Well, Effie,
Oh, I know. You'll make up some big story like you always do. Always an excuse.
No, I'll try to tell you the truth. And then...
The truth. It'll probably be a story about at least 2 or 3 people being killed.
Yeah?
And how you had to be there to straighten the whole thing out.
Well, as a matter of fact...
And there'll be beautiful women with hair like carved smoke and crimson slashes for mouths. You would leave that out.
Now that you mention it, F,
And
there
you'll throw
was...
in shooting and getting knocked out and glass keying your way into houses and anything else you can think of.
Effie.
Well, if you think that I'll fall for that...
Effie, will you please?
What's your big fat story?
You've already told everything about it, but the title, I might as well add that. My big fat story is called The Shot in the Dark Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade. Effie?
Yes, Mr. Spade.
No, Effie, don't be like this. I promise you tonight, right after this report, we'll go to the theater. And we'll have dinner, too. Any place you want. Sound good?
You're the employer.
The faster we do the report, the faster we get out. And I won't even take time out for a drink. So come on, let's go, shall we? You see?
I can't stay mad at you.
Dave, fill it in. To managing editor, San Francisco Evening Gazette, City. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, The Shot in the Dark Caper. Or, Stop the Presses. Spade has his pants caught in them.
Caught?
Dear News Hawk. The next time you have a bright idea about a story, count me out. There's too much work for the money it pays, and the glory just doesn't exist. I don't mind being knocked on the head, shot at, lied to, double-crossed, and otherwise treated cruelly by circumstance, but to do it all in one night, just so you can have a scoop, and then be referred to in your columns as a Gazette staff member, well, my professional pride was severely injured. I am a detective, sir, and nobody's staff member. Well, now that that's off my chest, here in journalistic prose is what happened starting yesterday afternoon.
Sam Spade Detective Agency? Yes, he is. It's for you, Sam.
I'll take it in here, Ed. Spade.
This is Woodrow Wilson.
Really? Well, I'm sorry. I have Teddy Roosevelt on the other phone. It might take some time. You better try me later. Bye.
Spade.
Huh?
Somehow I thought you were above that sort of corny repartee.
I am above nothing, sir, as long as it's ethical. Now, which Woodrow Wilson is this?
I'm the new managing editor of the Evening Gazette.
Well, welcome to town. What can I do for you?
I have a job you might like. An interesting job and interesting money.
How interesting?
If you find out what I want, you can almost name your own price. Can you get over here in 3 minutes?
With any sort of a tailwind, I'll make it in 2. A new track record.
Take a seat, Spade.
Now, what is this interesting job?
First, let me say I don't know much about you personally, but you come well recommended.
I've tried.
Second, this is a confidential matter, and I want it to remain that way.
Of course.
I'm going to trust you as I would one of my own staff members. The police aren't to find out about it until it's all over. And if any other newspaper gets it, you might as well leave town.
Woody, old boy, the man doesn't live who can say I ever double-crossed him. For money or love or anything else.
I
or
had
love...
to say it so we understand each other. Now, take a look at this news photo.
Yes?
One of our boys snapped it. What do you see?
A street intersection. O'Farrell, I'd say. 2 automobiles hit head-on. An ambulance, a couple of people injured, a sordid crowd.
We took that picture 3 days ago, Tuesday night, routine accident picture. But this morning, when we were filing it, I looked at it again, and I noticed something startling. Look at it. It's a shot in the dark, but I smell a story.
Well, maybe I have a cold, but whatever it is escapes me.
On the right side of the picture is an apartment house. Now count up 6 floors and look at the 4th window across to the left. Here, use this magnifying glass.
Oh, what do you know? Somebody just fired off a gun.
That's it. All you can see is a hand and a smoking gun. You can't even tell whether the hand's male or female. But somebody shot at something, probably a person, just a second before that picture was taken.
You want me to find out why, huh?
This calls for a detective, not a reporter. There hasn't been a single homicide, suicide, or gunshot wound reported in the city since that happened. Now, I want the story. Get it.
Okay, Chief. Get ready to rip out page 1. The apartment house was the Greystone. It was actually an apartment hotel and a little shabby. I entered an hour later with a suitcase and an out-of-town look. The nameplates on the mailboxes showed about 5 vacancies, including one on the 6th floor. I rang the manager's door buzzer.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to rent an apartment if I could.
Come in. Just Drop your suitcase anyplace. My name's Ed Berry.
How are you?
Your suitcase is leaking.
Oh?
We charge one price, $175 per night.
Well, I don't have that kind of cash with me or my checkbook. Could I pay you tomorrow?
Oh, sure thing. Your name?
Mark Humboldt.
Mark Humboldt, B-O-L-T?
Yes, that's it.
Where you from, Mr. Humboldt?
New York, boy, New York. 48 East 51st Street.
Near Broadway. Next to kin?
Huh?
Any family, relatives?
No.
Oh, you own a car?
Look, I'm just renting an apartment, not taking out life insurance.
Well, you see, there's a state law here requires us to get this sort of information. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
No card.
A bank account?
Corn Exchange Bank.
You own any property?
Yes, I do. Albany, New York.
Just how much, would you say?
6 feet in a cemetery. I expect to be buried there.
Yeah, well, I guess that about takes care of it.
Anything on the 6th floor?
Well, why the 6th particularly?
My lucky number.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Maybe later. Right now, we got nothing on the 6th. Come on, I'll show you around.
In a few minutes, I was ensconced in room 512. As he stood in the doorway, Ed Bering, the manager, scanned my luggage, my clothes, my ring and wristwatch, as if he were trying to estimate what he could get for me from a fence. After he went back to his apartment, I took a stroll up to the 6th floor. Woody Wilson and I figured the gun incident took place in apartment 608. So I counted back from the end of the corridor and found we were right. 608 was silent. I knocked, but no one answered. So I sprung the lock and went in. The place was absolutely empty. No furniture, no nothing. In fact, it was being completely remodeled.
It's gonna look swell when they finish, huh?
Huh?
I said it's gonna look swell.
Well, where did you come from?
Oh, gee. I guess maybe I startled you, huh?
A little.
I was just coming down the hall, taking some of these groceries in, and I saw you standing there. You're new here, huh? Huh?
Yeah. Here, let me carry some of those things.
Well, say thanks. You're the kind of man a girl should have around.
Well, I've tried to convince several of that.
Oh, who are you kidding? A big, handsome guy like you wouldn't have any trouble getting a girl?
Well...
At least not if I was the girl.
Well, you know best.
My place is down here. Shall we go?
Well, why not?
My name's Honey Kane. What's yours?
Mark Humboldt.
Gee, what a fascinating name.
Oh, not half as fascinating as yours.
Really? Say, isn't it wonderful how fate just throws two people together?
The bags of groceries we were carrying had a layer of dust on them, and the bags looked as if they'd made 50 trips to the grocery store. No one had to hit me on the head. Sam Spade, detective. She was small in peroxide, and if you like 'em stupid, small in peroxide. She lived in apartment 620 with a roommate who was quite a bit different. Prettier, smarter, and quieter.
Sandra, I want you to meet this very nice gentleman, Mr. Mark Humboldt.
Humboldt.
Oh, sure, I remember the Mark part, but this is Sandra Lynn.
How do you do, Miss Lynn?
Hello.
Yes, well, nice day.
Great.
Well,
Just put the groceries down here, huh?
Oh?
There. Now, let's have some fun. Like fun, Mr. Humboldt?
Wouldn't be without it.
You're priceless. Well, come on, let's start with a drink. How about you, Sandra?
No, you kids have your fun. I'm going out for a walk.
Mr. Humboldt, you're supposed to be looking at me.
An hour later, under the pretext of going out for some snuff, I shook her off and left. The next half hour went to giving the apartment house a thorough casing. I looked at all the names on the mailboxes, and the only one that rang a bell was one Max Barstow, a former heavyweight who never got past club fighting. I inquired about him of charming Ed Bering, the manager.
Max Barstow?
Yeah, I tried his apartment. He isn't home.
Yeah, well, you see, he won't be home for some time. You see, he took a vacation. Went to visit his family in Portland.
Well, when did he leave?
Last Tuesday night. I remember him saying, Ed, I won't be back for a while. Look after things, will you?
Well, you have a good memory.
Yeah.
Can you tell me something about those two girls in 620?
Why?
One of them made a pass at me.
Well, mister, I feel this way. I rent apartments to responsible adults. What they do is their business. You won't get any trouble from me.
Now, that isn't what I asked. I always like to be sure. Now, are they honest, hard-working girls?
I don't know nothing about them, but Let me tell you something confidential, mister. Why look a gift horse in the mouth?
Well, I gumshoed around the apartment house some more, and one thing was sure. They were making a number of extensive alterations. For example, in the basement, there was a new cement floor. Said cement floor had been laid, I was told by the janitor, Wednesday morning. The morning after a gun was fired in 608. The same morning on which Max Barstow suddenly left to visit his parents. And about here in the plot, it was dramatically correct to wonder if Max might be sleeping under the furnace with a new cement overcoat covering him. I went back to my apartment for a couple of long ones and some thought. It was getting along about supper time when there was a feminine knock. I guessed it to be Miss Room Service herself, Honey Kane. But no. Better. Much better.
May I come in?
You may. Shall I leave the door open?
I'd rather you closed it.
Anything to make you feel at home? Drink?
No, talk.
Oh.
What are you doing here, Sam?
The name's Humboldt. Mark Humboldt.
All right, play it any way you want. But I've seen you around. I know who you are. You move in today, and half hour later you find our apartment. Why?
Your apartment found me. At least half of it did. The gift horse part.
Maybe so, but I figure you helped a little somewhere. What are you trying to get on us?
Nothing. I just moved in here for a place to live.
With one suitcase and a bottle?
Oh, I'm an actor.
Look, whatever it is, lay off, will you? I've had enough trouble in my life. Things are just starting to go right.
Sandra, I don't know what's on your mind, but as far as I'm concerned, you're clean.
All right. Maybe I made a mistake. I'll try to make it up to you sometime.
Well, maybe you can start right now.
I think I'll open the door again.
Just a question. Seen anything of Max Barstow lately?
I knew it was something. I knew it. No, I haven't seen Max Barstow lately. He went somewhere to visit his family, and I'm telling you, either leave me alone or something's going to happen to you. You won't write.
She stormed out looking lovely all the way, and I sat very quietly for a minute. It was the second time somebody said it. Max Barstow was visiting his family. That was very interesting because, you see, Max Barstow didn't have any family. When he first started fighting, he was under the aegis of the St. John's Orphanage. So, what was all this rehearsed account of his absence? I watched at the window to see if Sandra Lynn went anywhere, and she appeared on the street. I was out of the room and down the stairs, presto. 10 blocks later, she turned in at a brownstone on Polk Street, went in the first apartment on the first floor. 15 minutes later, she hurried out, and I went up to the apartment and knocked. The door opened cautiously.
Yes, what is it you want?
Is Mr. Fairchild in?
Nobody here by that name. You got wrong address.
Now, just a minute. He used to live here.
No more he does.
Well, could you tell me where I could find him, Mr.
Sigmund Polkes. I don't know. Try the manager.
On the way out, I looked at the card on his door buzzer. It listed his apartment as belonging to a Mr. Rothschild. At the moment, there was nothing to be made out of it, so I went back to the Greystone. And when I got to my room, it was very obvious that I'd been visited during my absence.
Yeah? Oh, it's you.
What happened to my suitcase?
I'm sorry, Mr. Humble, but I didn't realize it before. You see, that apartment was already rented, so I guess you'll have to find one someplace else.
Look, you have 4 other vacant ones in this apartment house. Give me one of those.
Sorry, no vacancy.
Well, then give me my suitcase.
Yeah, that's the one that leaks. Just a minute, I'll bring it out, Mr. Humble.
I'll go in and get it myself, Mr. Barry.
I said stay out.
I said I'll go in and get it.
Right, you will.
He swung at me, I blocked, and stepped into him. He gave way, and I followed in. And then as I moved into the apartment, someone stepped out from behind the door. I turned, but it was too late. I was sandbagged. The face behind the arm that swung it looked an awful lot like that of Max Barstow. I remember asking myself as I went down, if Max Barstow wasn't shot in room 608, who was?
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. On Sunday, March 4th, that's 1 week from this Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air will present radio's most exciting dramatic event. It's a full hour-and-a-half presentation of Shakespeare's immortal Hamlet. John Gielgud will portray Hamlet, Pamela Brown, the Queen, and Dorothy McGuire will appear as Ophelia. The intrigue, beauty, and romance of Hamlet come to life Sunday, March 4th, on Theater Guild on the Air. And now back to The Shot in the Dark caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I wasn't out for long, but it was long enough to have been carried out of the apartment manager's place and dumped in an alley. I sat up and rubbed the back of my head and discovered the boys had a sense of humor. Pinned on my chest was a note that said, "Beat it." This time, when I went back, I had my gun handy to hand. Nobody was home at Mr. Baring's apartment, so for something to do, I looked in on Max Barstow's diggings, 413. I glass keyed in and turned on the lights. And a search revealed items, a rent receipt showing Max was paid up for 2 months and intended to stay put. But more interesting were 2 phony detective badges, a policeman's uniform, and a flash camera. Couple these with a dossier on a man named Sigmund Polkus, and I knew just what Max had been doing since the fight game stopped paying his bills. It read, Sigmund Polkus, 60 years old, Minneapolis. Just sold 2 restaurants for $175,000. Intends to retire and settle down in San Francisco. That's as far as I got when Honey poured herself on me again.
Oh, Mr. Humboldt.
Yeah.
What are you doing in Mr. Barstow's apartment?
Come in.
Thanks. You shouldn't be here. Mr. Barstow ever found out.
Honey, you can drop the act.
Act?
You know who I am, and I know who you are. You're part of the bait for one of the oldest rackets in the world. The Badger Game.
Who, me?
You.
All right, Sam. I didn't know who you were at first until Sandra told me. Now, you tell me, what are you doing in Max's room?
A number of things. First of all, getting enough evidence on him to give him a free vacation on the state. Second, I wanted to see who would show up and why. Now, what's your story?
I just dropped in to see if Max was here.
Try again.
Sam, if I tell you anything, will you leave me alone?
If I can bear it.
I came over to get some things from Max. You know.
Where's he staying?
Right across the street in the Arlington, 314. Ed Baring manages both apartment houses.
Why doesn't Max stay here?
Who are you working for, Sam? I'm just asking.
A client.
Not the police?
No.
Sam, I don't have a thing to do with the mark Max is working on now.
Sigmund Polkus.
Some old man.
Did you hear any shooting here last Tuesday night in apartment 608?
Sam, I didn't hear a thing, not a single thing.
All right, get whatever you came for, but remember this. You tell Max I was here, and I'll tie you into something that'll get you Tehachapi if it's the last thing I do.
Oh, sure.
I knew she'd be impressed with that type of threat because her kind of girl lives by playing tag with the law. They want to be it as seldom as possible. I finished the dossier on Polkus and thought a more businesslike visit to the old man was in order.
What is it? Oh, you.
I want to talk with you, Mr. Polkus.
Come in. I want to talk to you.
Now.
Now. Stand right where you are.
He was pointing a gun in one shaking hand right at my chest, and as close as I could tell, it looked very much like the gun I'd seen in your picture, Wilson, and the hand that held it was the very same hand. I tried to think of something clever to say.
At this stage of my life, it would be very easy to shoot you, mister.
Look, I came here maybe to help save you a lot of trouble. Now, if you listen to me,
I know why you came here, because I killed Max Barstow. I'll give you a choice. Will you take money or will I shoot you right here?
I'd take the money, but you didn't kill Max Barstow.
Don't tell me what I did when I know what I did. Sandra told me one of his gang members was looking for me. But she doesn't understand the power of money. How much will you take to leave us alone to our happiness? What is Max Barstow to you now that he's dead?
Look, I don't want any money. I just want it. I felt like a ghost. The gun was pointed directly at me, but nothing hit me. I was surprised, albeit gratified. The little man must have thought I was wearing a bulletproof vest. He didn't look surprised, though. He just folded. I disarmed him and pushed him down into a chair.
I had to do it. I had to. I couldn't let you spoil the only bit of happiness I had left in my life.
Mr. Polkus, you tried to shoot me, and I'm grateful. It told both of us something. To begin with, you can't kill anybody with blanks in your gun.
Blanks? I don't know blanks.
Where did you get the gun?
I always have guns.
Always? And you don't know the difference between real bullets and blanks? You got it from Sandra, and she loaded it, right?
Maybe you should know, gangster.
Look, I'm a private detective. Name is Sam Spade. Now, if you'll help me, I'll help you. When did Sandra give you this gun? Last Tuesday?
Yes.
Did you use it to shoot Barstow?
Yes.
Then he couldn't be dead, could he? This gun wouldn't kill a fly, and besides, I met Max Barstow tonight, alive.
I saw him fall to the floor, and Blood came out of his coat with my own eyes.
Mr. Polkus, you just came from Minneapolis with $175,000. You walked into a shakedown gang. They're after your money. That girl Sandra's just bait.
Oh, don't speak about Sandra that way. Sure, she tried to shake me up for money, but only because that man, that Barstow maker. She was a slave. She couldn't get away from him.
Why did she stage a phony murder with you killing Barstow?
Oh, I don't know. I'm so confused.
Tell me how it happened.
Oh, Barstow posed as a policeman. He found me in Sandra's apartment. I was supposed to pay him $5,000, but Sandra told me she loved me, and Barstow was a racketeer. We were to meet in apartment 608 to pay him. She gave me a gun to frighten him with, but instead I killed.
Nuts, $5,000. They knew how much money you had, and they wanted to get all of it away from you on a phony murder scare.
Sandra doesn't want my money away from me. She loves me.
Mr. Polkus, I'm sorry disillusionment should come to you so late in life. But...
I say she loved me, and I can prove it.
How?
This morning, she became Mrs. Sigmund Polkus.
That made me sit down and think things through a little more carefully. She could have gotten his money, or most of it, without marrying him. Maybe she did love him. Or maybe they felt he was too dumb to pay off. Or maybe she married him so she could murder him. And maybe a dozen other things. His suitcases were packed, and he said that he and Sandra planned to leave town tonight. He'd been waiting for her when I came in, but she was already 2 hours late. I could think of only one place she could be. So I left poor Mr. Polkus and went to the Arlington. 314, the address Honey Kane had given me. And she was there.
Oh, Sam, I'm glad you came. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I'm scared.
Now, honey, quiet down and tell me what you're scared about.
In the bedroom, Max. He's dead.
Nice job. When'd you find him?
5 minutes ago. I was with him before, and then I went out for some Chinese food when I came back.
All right. Who else was here tonight?
I didn't see anybody.
But what?
He was awful mad at Sandra. Said she was double-crossing him, and he wouldn't let her get away with it.
I went back to Polkus's place. He was gone, but his bags were still there, so I figured he'd be back. I put out the lights and sat in a chair. Go ahead. Ask me what I'm doing here.
Where's Polkus?
Well, if he's smart, he's on a train back to Minneapolis.
I'm going to look for him.
You're not going anywhere. Sit down.
Oh, yes, I am.
I said you're not going anywhere unless it's to jail.
What are you playing Mr. District Attorney for?
Because you killed Max Barstow. Now tell me why.
Oh, don't be a joker. Max Barstow's as live as you are.
I'm not talking about the phony murder staged for the benefit of Polkus. Barstow was stabbed to death a half hour ago.
He wasn't.
He was. I saw him.
Who?
You.
Sam, I didn't. I saw him earlier today, but he was all right.
You married Polkus to double-cross him, didn't you? You were going to skip town with him, Mark.
Well, sure I was, so why would I kill Max?
Because he knew what you were going to do, that's why.
I tell you, I didn't. I couldn't kill anybody.
What did you have planned for Polkus? A shove over to the Grand Canyon?
No, I love the old guy.
Come on, we'll drop in at police headquarters.
No, Sam. No. Sam.
Nothing. I wouldn't take you with a U.S. Mint thrown in.
Will you let me go if I tell you what happened? If I tell you who killed Barstow?
Well, if you didn't do it, nobody could hold you. For murder, anyway.
Bering. Ed Bering did it. We planned the whole thing together. It was a freeze-out on Barstow. Somehow he found out Ed had to take care of him. I didn't have anything to do with it. I tried to tell him not to.
Tried to tell him not to what?
I've got a gun in my hand, Bering.
So have I. Which one of us is going to shoot first?
You wouldn't shoot. But he did. Period. End of report.
Sam! Is that all?
Well, what do you want? An echo?
No. But he shot you and you're all right.
Mm-hmm.
Were they blanks like the other guns?
They were not. They were genuine steel-jacketed bullets.
But,
You didn't listen carefully enough, Effie. I figured he'd shoot right away. He did, once. Just as I jumped sideways and fired 2 shots back.
Did you kill him?
No, but he's down with a little case of lead poisoning, though, under police guard.
You're wonderful.
It's true. All right, go type it up. Off with him.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow, you're invited to a 1-hour concert by the renowned NBC Symphony under the direction of Bruno Walter. Featured soloist for tomorrow's performance is celebrated violinist Joseph Szigeti, who will be heard in Mozart's brilliant concerto for violin and orchestra. It's the very finest in musical listening, every Saturday with the NBC Symphony.
Something I don't understand.
To wit?
Well, what happened to nice old Mr. Pocus? Why wasn't he in his apartment waiting for Sandra?
Well, he did just what I thought he should have done. He walked down to the railroad depot and got on the first train for Minneapolis. Who knows? Maybe he's opened a new restaurant.
Yes. And, what happened to Sandra?
Well, she's being held as an accessory to murder, among other things.
Well, if they were married...
That's enough, Effie. That's enough. Do you want me to make everything so simple that everybody will be able to figure it out?
No, but
But you what?
I get so confused sometimes.
That's most of your charm, Effie. You know, if you were brisk and efficient and cold, we'd never have any fun, would we?
I guess not, Sam. We do have a good time at times, don't we?
Yes, we do indeed. Like right now. Come here.
Oh,
Fire in a man's veins. Maddening, that's what.
Don't say any more, Sam. I don't know what I might do.
I'd love it, whatever it was.
I better say good night, Sam. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Sam Spade lives a life of peril. Well, in these days, we all live in a time of peril. Each of us is contributing something to help meet the emergencies that we face as a nation. There is one definite thing that every one of us can do to help. February 28th is being celebrated as Red Cross Day. Supported by the people and schooled by years of experience in war and peace in times of disaster, the Red Cross has now been assigned unprecedented tasks in the interest of national security and world peace. You can help mobilize the forces of mercy for the protection and defense of your family, your community, and the nation through generous support of the 1951 Red Cross Fund campaign. Join the magnificent Montague then at Duffy's Tavern on NBC.